Let's get ready to RPG!
RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG!
Hello, everybody. Happy Saturday night. I'm on the headset because I'm just relaxing, and I wanted to keep my options open in case we end up going to a whiteboard. Why are we live? Well, it's Saturday. I had nothing going on. No plans today. I kind of just mucked around, talked with my patrons on the Discord, did some Southern Beaches stuff, even did a little bit of Dragon Tide stuff today. And of course, I'm continuing to spend my time reading about Torchbearer 2nd Edition, which has recently gained so much of my interest. For reasons unknown, really. I don't know what exactly prompted it, but actually I kind of think I do know what prompted it. And I find myself wanting to embrace, I'm let me rephrase it. I find myself, over the last couple of years, really loving the sort of narrative forward type games, right? The Powered by the Apocalypses and all that type of stuff. Forged in the Dark. These narrative forward games. And I'm very excited about playing something like, Avatar or Blades in the Dark or Scum and Villainy, because I love the tools that it gives me. And I love mechanical role playing. But I like dungeons, I like dragons. I like, going in by the skin of your teeth and with a sharp blade and a stout shield and delving into dungeons deep and caverns old and looking for ancient treasures and battling against horrific monsters. I mean, like that classic fantasy element there that's very powerful for me. So it's kind of and for and obviously Torchbearer is a game I've owned for over 10 years. But I understand that it has not always been the most popular game for a lot of people. In any case, that's why it's attracted my attention, because I find myself wanting to just do both, right? Go into dungeons and have fun there. Mr. Damian Williams with 29 months of the adventure and sends in his membership chat. Thank you, Mr. Williams. My team is getting their asses handed to them, so here to watch Derek not review games I like. Who's your team? I'm trying to think who that would be. Is it Cardinals? Well, no, wait. It's Saturday. There's not Saturday Night Football, is there? You have to. I'm not a sports guy, so I don't necessarily. Oh, Pittsburgh college football, Pittsburgh. Okay, that makes sense. Saturday college. Yeah, got it. Right, and I forgot that you are from the great state of Pennsylvania originally. Anyways, well, thank you, Mr. Williams. Yes, listen, we did Sentinels. I bought Sentinels. I thought that game was great. And it's probably the superior. I would say it's probably one of the best superhero RPGs that are out there right now. Masks is probably better, but Masks obviously is not really a superhero RPG, right? It's more of a teen drama RPG. Anyways, what is up, everybody? Gonzo is here. I haven't seen Gonzo in a long time. Hey, what's up, Gonzo? Derek is here, burning that midnight oil. Yeah, no, it's 10 p.m., but we'll probably go to about midnight or so. It's funny. I remember back in the day when I was younger, this was always a night where I would go out, to the bar, to the club, because it's like, at 2 o'clock, and they roll it back to 1. You get an extra hour. Yeah. Not anymore. Oh, no random numbers. Your first time actually catching the stream. Well, that's pretty sick. I'm glad to have you here. That's pretty cool. Is that just because of, is that just because of the timing, or is it just because of Saturday, or is it because it's late? Love to know. Jim Scott, what is going on? Satir is here. Shadram is here. Yes. Thaddeus, hello. Will is here. Unexpected stream plus unexpected Blades in the Dark supplement. Yeah, the unexpected stream for me for sure. Sidon. All the S's are here. We got Satir, Shadram, and Sidon. What's going on? Kalamakis, hello. Good to see you. King Hodop, welcome. Dr. Metropolis, still one of my favorite names. Getting my dungeon fix playing Tears of the Kingdom and staying in the darkness of the depths for hours. I'm assuming those are video games, but I don't know which video games they are. Yes, Roll for Combat does allow you to play as a dungeon. That's that one's a little strange. Kalana says that Sidon should just go to bed. No game today, so I spent 4 hours scrubbing bathrooms. Wait a second, I thought you had a game today. Were you lying? Is this stream scripted? No, this stream is most definitely not scripted. My usual, there's sort of there's three sort of three different tiers of prep that I do for a stream. If it's a first look stream, those are the easiest because I buy the PDF, I grab the cover for a screenshot to put in the thumbnail, and I literally do nothing. And then I open it up and we go through it. So that's the easiest one. The second one, the second easiest one is when, we're going to do like a deep dive into a game that I'm fairly familiar with, or we're going to be, talking about Forge in the Dark, or we're talking about, a specific kind of system and game, one that I have a lot more experience with. I'll usually, pick up the book that day and read through it and sort of recontextualize and think about some of the core mechanics or awesome things that I love about that system that I've had experience with and stories about. And so that's the second tier. The third tier, the one that I spend the most time on, is when I do sort of the, top best ways to improve your GMing skills, or how to narrative versus mechanical role playing, like what's the difference, so that's something more where I want to have at least some notes and again give it some thought before I just start pontificating. So those are the most so none of them are ever scripted, but some of them have more prep than others. What's up, Ken? Greetings. By the way, the reason that Ben was making that joke, most of you are probably patrons, but I put up a video today for the patrons where I tried to take the 3-hour stream that we did the other day about meta currency, and I tried to condense what I was trying to say into an 8 to 10 minute video. And of course I wrote a script for that so that I could, hit my points and move on. And I'm not used to reading off of a script. Obviously, I'm used to, I have my teleprompter right here and I have the chat. I'm used to reading the chat, but I'm not used to, reading from a script. So apparently, I'm not, they were very nice, but apparently I was a little, stilted, a little wooden, which is to be expected. It's not my usual forte, is to be working off a script. Even when I'm running adventures, I'm not working off a script, right? Low prep, no prep. Even when they give me box text, I ignore that shit. So yeah, it's a work in progress, but I kind of need a script because otherwise I have a tendency to ramble. Look, I understand, if you're watching me, I don't shut up. It's a problem. All right, guys. Well, we're going to be wrapping it up. You look at the video, there's an hour and a half left. You're like, Derek. Yes. See, Derek Rawlings says, not going to lie, I've never been less enthusiastic about the fantasy genre as I am right now. The fantasy genre will always be my favorite. We could push the definition of what fantasy means. Like we could have this idea of science fantasy, or high fantasy or low fantasy. But man, I just love swords and I love magic. Sci-fi is okay. I mean, I grew up loving Star Wars and Star Trek, and a huge nerd in both. I would say I'm more of a Trek, but the other genres fall off pretty quickly for me. Never been a cyberpunk guy. Never been a horror type person. What are the other genres in TTRPGs? Right? You got fantasy, you got sci-fi, you got cyberpunk, you've got horror. I guess you have post-apocalyptic, but that's such a broad term. It usually applies to one of those other ones, like post-apocalyptic. I guess there's modern. I don't really do modern. There's like the supernatural modern. That's kind of like the Vampire the Masquerade style. Not a fan of that. But is that fantasy? I don't know. Would you consider Vampire the Masquerade fantasy? Damien's still plugging away at his systems. I think so. He thinks I'll like the story path system once I get to look into it. Pepper is pausing the metacurrency stream just to join this one. Look, the hits keep coming and they don't stop coming. Excellent, excellent. Yeah, that was a weird one, Thaddeus. That one, I mean, there were some really cool mechanics in that game, and it seemed like it would flow really well, and I loved what they were trying to do. They said, we have a goal. We are going to build mechanics to that goal. You're not here for a long time. You're here for a good time. And so it was interesting. Obviously, like I said, there were some tonal issues, and the whole being set in the plague thing seemed very strange to me. But fundamentally, I thought the mechanics were kind of interesting. The idea that as you use it more, you become more corrupted, et cetera, et cetera. You were looking for Dragon Age hints and saw you were live. Yes, I am. Is that the Dragon Age game that everybody's like talking about? See, I don't even pay attention to what video games are out. We're not talking about anything. If you all, I don't even have a tip goal, right? If you guys just want to throw something out there, let me know. We'll talk about it. Damien says, I heart the Derek tangent. Or no, he's saying, okay. See, I read that as him being nice to me, saying, I love Derek's tangents. No, he's saying, I love tangents. Thank you, Damien. Star Wars is fantasy. I agree. The Force is definitely fantastic, right? There's not much hard science in Star Wars. And certainly, even if there was, the nature of the Force is a fantastic thing. Although they try to sort of quantify it with midichlorians, but even then, I would consider that science fantasy. So it's not just like you're dyed in the wool fantasy. All right, No Random says, I've been watching the stream videos usually afterwards, but been slightly sick, so didn't go to a party today and just happened to tune in. All right, I'll see if I'm feeling better in the morning, and another party awaits. Like woo party? Or like, more like, bowling party. Like, what are we talking about? What is this silliness, says Mr. Roll for Combat. Bored, hanging out, nothing to do. I didn't want to do anything real. It was too late, and I know, I felt bad just like going to bed early with, you're gaining an hour. Oh, by the way, so to be clear, daylight savings time is during the summer, right? So we are moving back to regular time here tonight. So even though I say curfew daylight savings time, actually, I like daylight savings time. I just wish it was that all the time. I like it to be lighter later. I love in the summer when it's, here in Ohio, it'll, the very longest days of summer, it'll get dark at like 9:30, 10 o'clock. Love it. And then in the wintertime, because we switch back to normal time, it gets dark at like 4 o'clock. And it's like, it's like if I could just get an extra hour of daylight all throughout the year, essentially, it's not really an actual hour of daylight, but it is for me. And the reason is I don't get up at 6 a.m., right? So in the wintertime, by the time I get up, right, I've missed 3 hours of daylight or something crazy like that. And so I'd rather it stay a little bit lighter later. And I love those late nights, summers, the darkness or the being really light in the summer. So that is what's going on here. Omniscia Toad, welcome. Welcome. Was that a scripted answer, Mariband? No, it was not. Fantasy is my favorite too, and always has been. But I'm on the hook to run Scum and Villainy next month. Yeah. Are you ready for it? Are you prepared? Have you mastered? Do you feel like you're confident enough in your Forged in the Dark ways? Urban fantasy, yeah, that's what they call it. Urban fantasy. Yeah, Dresden Files, right? Vampire Masquerade, not my favorite either. Not my favorite either. I mean, to be fair, Scum and Villainy is pretty well set up as a Star Wars game, anyways. The difference is you have to think of yourself more as, Han Solos and maybe Rogue, right? Rogue One or the Mandalorian type people. You're not really, the Jedi, the good guys. Although there is kind of the Mystic, which is kind of like a Jedi playbook. Listen while painting my Infinity minis. Infinity. Is that like is that Corvus Belli or Corvus Bellum? Is that what Infinity is? Is that related to Corvus Bellum? Let me know, Sidon. A Halloween plus housewarming party with restaurant industry folk. Oh, okay. So definitely a woo party. All right, got it. I hate light, staying out forever. Just split the difference all the time. Yeah, we can split the difference. That's fine. I don't care about that. Yeah, we could go half-half. Also, Shadram, also true, right? Like, fine, whatever. You pick the one. Just stick with it. We don't need it anymore. It's stupid. It's dumb. So, right. It disrupts if people have a very, if people have a very strict schedule of time because they have, religious observations or children or even my pets, right? They get used to their schedule and suddenly it's an hour off. Like, it's just, heck. Lance says, I remember Kaz having never seen his house during daylight for several months after moving in. Exactly. Because of his weird time. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it is. There's a lot of contentiousness about it, and I know there's even urban myths. People are like, it was to save candles. Benjamin Franklin did it, or whatever. And I don't think that's actually true. Seize the Daylight, the curious and contentious story of daylight savings time. They will make a book about everything. But this shouldn't surprise us because we're TTRPGers, and we see what that gets kickstarted. You see that there was some book about magic mushrooms, not psychedelic magic mushrooms. There was a book about mushrooms and mycology. But it was fantasy mushrooms, and it did $1 million. What? How does that happen? People talk about Shadow Dark. I watched it when I wasn't literally there, but I was at the after party. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Kelsey. I watched, Shadow Dark just sweep the Ennies, and, it did what, $1 million and change from the Kickstarter. People it's revolutionizing, the new SR. It's taking over everything. I expect that in the next year or two, there's going to be more. You go to any of these conventions, it's true. There's just tons of Shadow Dark games being run, and yet a book about 5e magic mushrooms, did $1.5 million or something. It's crazy. It's crazy. I wish I was more, there's some, I have my haters. There's some hater that's been kind of floating around in chat. Actually, a lot of my haters, I think, Stephen, come from when I'm on your channel. But I digress. But there's this one guy who's been like, well, Derek asked for money again. And he's like, well, I'm going to take a shot every time Derek asks for money, which is, again, usually I just say, at the beginning, if here are our tip goals, here's our super chat goals. And I like to think, I don't think I'm a shill for the money, but I wish I was. I just make a book about, I don't know, I just pick the dumbest thing and just be like, it's 5A. Anyways. Let's see here. I like the fun times where I leave work and it's dark, and then I get back up and go to work and it's still dark because winter stole the sunlight. Exactly. That's horrible. Now, it's not as bad now because I work from home. But when I worked at the office, I would get up dark, go to the office, dark, leave the office, dark. I basically didn't see the sun. I was definitely not outside underneath its rays at all. So huge thing for me to be working from home. And even in the wintertime, I can still walk the dogs or, get outside. But when I was working in the office, oh my God, winter was horrible. Not to mention the commute. Horrible. Again, if you still work in an office, or you have a job that requires you to be on site because you're actually doing something physically that requires you to be there, like a nurse or a manufacturer or someone in retail. You have my utter sympathies, and it is. I don't think I could ever. I don't think I could go back. You know, I don't think I could. Like truthfully, like, I don't really. I live very frugally. It may seem strange that I have all these RPG books behind me, but remember, this is a lifetime of collecting. But I don't have any debt. I mean, I owe my house, but I have really low interest rate, right? So I have very low expenditures. And I think that if my job were to basically say, hey, listen, things have changed. We need you to be in the office 5 days a week, even 3 days a week, and it's the new office is, 35 minutes away or something like that, 45 minutes away. And you need to be in there, Mondays, Wednesdays, and, like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, whatever, I think I'd quit. I'd be like, maybe I could make this YouTube thing my full-time job. Maybe I could figure out, I live frugally enough. Let me see if I can make this happen, because I would rather basically live paycheck to paycheck and be like one of those, YouTubers who struggle busing it, just try to, cover, make bank, make bills, then go back to the office. It's that bad. I years of, I've worked for myself. I had my own business. I, hiked the trail. After all this stuff, and then working from home, I couldn't do it. I couldn't go back to sleep. Negative 411 coming in with their 18-month resub. Thank you so much for that, negative 411. Daylight savings is annoying, but fall back is way better than spring ahead. One less hour feels so much. Yes, but also negative 411. I look forward to the spring ahead because, number one, it happens at 2 a.m. So most of the time I'm in bed. So I don't notice that it's an extra hour or less an hour. But that means the summer's coming. The days are getting longer. I love having all that daylight. When it gets to this point, sure, it's like we gain an hour. And it's like, yes, and now I'm heading into the dark days, the shortest days of the year, and we just turned the clocks back. It's brutal. Oh, that's easy, Karama. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, we'll just make the super chat goal, $10,000 every month, and YouTube will take half of that, and then we'll go over the and then maybe I can skate by. It'd be fun. It'd be stressful. I don't know who in the space is full time in terms of like the RPG content creators. And I'm not talking about people like XP to level 3 or Ginny D who have like 10,000 patrons and, a million subs or something like that. I'm talking about like the in-betweeners, right? The in-betweeners, like Dungeon Coach before he did his big Kickstarter. And, I know Professor DM is, is a teacher, but, that kind of level, perspective, I see. Yeah, see, it all comes down to how you view it. You're looking forward to that extra hour. I'm thinking about tomorrow, the fact that the sun is going to go down at like 5. And then by December, it's going to be going down at like 4 o'clock. Thank you, Karama, for that, by the way. I mean, again, it'd be fun. It'd be stressful. But again, I really do wonder how many of like the in-between people, because I don't even have 20,000 subs. So like the people that are like between 25 and 75,000, right? There's a number of people in that space, right? Or maybe getting close to 100,000, or right around there, $100,000. Like if you have a silver play button in the TTRPG space, so that you have 100K subs, can you make it full time? Like, and I mean not like I barely scraping by. I mean like making a comfortable, what we would call a living. You would think I would know the answers to this, but my channel is so weird and unpopular. I don't know the answer to it. I always feel bad, the last couple of years, gone to Gen Con, gone to Origins, started going again when I because when the channel first started, I didn't really have any money, and then it was COVID, and so I didn't go to Gen Con for like a couple of years. So by the first time I went to Gen Con in 2022, it was or 20. I don't remember. 2022, 2023 is the first time I came back, and we went to Origins. We went to that, and it was like people were coming up to me. Some not a ton of people, but I don't know, 10 people per con, give or take, come up to me and say, "Oh, Derek, good night, let's call." And that was pretty cool. But it's funny, so many of them came up to me and were just like, "I want to be a TTRPG creator." Like, how do you do it? What's the secret to the success? And I would go, I honestly have no idea. Get lucky. I don't know, play RPGs for 30 years and then talk about them and hope for the best. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know. I'm not the person to ask. I do this very badly, and I don't do this in any sort of way that any normal person would do it. The only thing I can do, from my perspective, is something that very few other RPG content creators can do, which is speak with a great wealth of experience from many years of playing a huge swath of games. And there's only a couple of people, the Dungeon Craft Professor DM stands out in particular. I really respect him, just because I understand he's got the legacy, he's got the experience, and that counts for me. Now, I don't know how much Professor DM has played. I don't know how many Powered by the Apocalypse games he's played. I don't know how many, indie games he's played that weren't just like, an OSR or something like that. But I still really respect. So I guess I value experience, and that's what I would tell people. But that's not what anybody wants to hear. They want to hear, oh, I want to make a YouTube channel, and I've been playing 5e for 3 years, and I'm gonna make a YouTube channel and talk about RPGs. That would be terrifying to me. That would be utterly terrifying to me. Like, that would be like me. Okay, I started woodworking during the pandemic, during 2020. I kind of started to dabble in it in 2019, but then when the COVID happened and my studio was shut down, I said, I got to do something. So I started woodworking, and that would be like me after like 2 years, 3 years of woodworking. And by the way, I just learned everything from watching YouTube, then going and making a YouTube channel about woodworking. It would be crazy to me. I'd be like, I'm a fraud. I don't know anything. I'm just regurgitating stuff that I've barely synthesized. And if any of these people ask me like a real legitimate question, I'm going to have no sense or perspective of what they're talking about because I only know what I know. Anyways. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up with chat here. I'm just going all over the place. Blue Simplex, this is something that I did not appreciate until I started the channel and we have this Patreon. We've got people, that are pretty flexible, and like we've got people who wake up really early on the West Coast so that they can play with people over in Europe. And then when suddenly overnight everybody's an hour different, and some people aren't an hour different, it really throws a wrench into things. And I know there's a lot of people who even watch our streams who suddenly go, oh, this was always kind of late, now it's really late, or it was or hey, now I can watch you, and before I couldn't. So RPG with DBJ. Do you have any interest in comparing the various indie 5e clones? I was a contributing writer for Level Up Advanced 5e, A5e. The shattering of D20, F20 games seems like the new OSR in the making. I think that's a pretty good observation. Obviously, you're very close to that, so that's pretty cool. Comes down to what I was just saying, RPG. I am not a 5e expert. When I picked up the brand new 2024 Player's Handbook, and I have not read it cover to cover yet, when I picked it up, I was reading through it, and I was like, oh, I kind of like this, or, oh, this is kind of neat. Oh, I kind of love this. And everyone, and a bunch of people who know better were like, oh, that's just a reprint from Tasha's. That's just a reprint from Unearthed Arcana. And I was like, well, it's new to me. So I'm sort of not the best person to make those comparisons. Number one, because I just don't have the reps with 5e that a lot of other people have. And number two, quite frankly, I don't know that I would be in a position to really even notice some of the differences or recognize the pain points that certain mechanics. Now, I've been around the block, and 5e isn't like crazy different than, most D20 games. So I'm sure I would do just fine. But because it's not something that I have like a ton of experience with, I do feel a bit hesitant to talk about it at length. That being said, the second part of your statement is much more interesting to me, which is, and that, are we entering a place of the, again, of this shattering of the D20 market? I don't know. I mean, 5e seems like it's still going to continue to be the juggernaut that, rolls over everybody. I don't know how many people are really going to just uproot not just their own game and their own collection, but their entire group. And I'm led to believe that is a very heavy lift for a lot of people out there. Whereas with OSR, I think people are already, you're already off the railroad. You're already kind of taking your own road. You're already going off road. So the asking someone to switch from Karn to Knave or Electric Bastion land is not really like a huge thing. My dogs are starting to wrestle and fight. I can hear them. Corvus Bellum is Infinity. Okay, sweet. Excellent. It is to 2d20 damage. Okay, cool. Confident? No, but I'm gonna wing it, and that's the right answer. Awesome. Thanks, Simon. It's like getting jet lag without going anywhere. I don't really get jet lag if I fly even 2 or 3 hours. I can make up for that. My sleep schedule is so erratic, it's not that big of a problem. But like when I go to Europe, it's bad. What's up, Derek? What's up, Knights? Have we been checking out Blades in the Dark Deep Cuts just released by John Harper? No. Is this on Itch? It is on Itch. Holy shit. Holy shit. Well, I know what I'm doing tomorrow. Look at that. Boom. We got ourselves an expansion to Blades in the Dark. Where the hell did this come from, John? Oh my gosh. What's going on? All right, there we go. Transform. The screen. Look, there we go. Look, there we go. Blades in the Dark Deep Cuts is a 118-page expansion for Blades in the Dark role-playing game, a treasure trove of lore, setting material, and alternate mechanics I've developed over years. 27 factions, 100 heritages and background packages, 13 new innovations. Also included a new concept, which I'm calling the Catalyst, more flexible and impactful harm and trauma rules, a modified advancement system, diceless downtime, with modified Vice healing, crew development, and other systems. Ooh. For those of you who don't know, I got rid of the dice in my healing system as well. For downtime healing. I wonder, a modified load system that's more tied to the fiction. That's a common complaint. A new action system. Well, that is fucking amazing. No, I did not know that. No, I'm going to be picking this up. Yes, I'm going to be reading all of this. I love Blades in the Dark. I think it's one of the best. I think it is the single greatest game mechanic for me as a DM or GM or whatever ever. Nothing worse than walking out of the office at 5 p.m. It's pitch black. Yeah, Casey, it's just terrible. It's just terrible. Derek's first RPG product: how to install daylight savings time into 5e. The Kickstarter will make $100K. Oh, that guy yesterday. Oh, this is me talking about the guy who was like, Derek's just in it for money. Lol, I was waiting with my shot and never took it. You disappoint me, Derek. Yeah, look, I don't go after that. Like, I don't care. You know what happened? All of you know. If someone leaves me a hateful comment, you know what I do? I heart it. I pin it so that everybody sees it on my YouTube. If they go to my YouTube comments, and I just say, thanks for the support, or thanks for the view. I don't care. He's got to find the mushroom book. Yeah, you don't even need to say that's it, right? I don't even need to see. I just say, what are we playing? 5th edition. I mean, that was always the joke, Chadram, right? Which is when, we joked about like me doing a thing being like, Derek goes deep onto 5th edition, and I was like, yeah, like 5th edition Legend of the Five Rings, or like 5th edition Hackmaster, and just like troll people the hell out of it. What's up, JP? You pin it? Yeah, I pin it. I put them on the top. Let everybody see it. And sometimes my patrons, my supporters, will try to go in and engage and sort of defend me, which is very sweet. But I tell them all the time, listen, don't feed the trolls. It's totally fine. I get it. Like when you're in, number one, when you're in a public space like we are, not everybody's going to agree with you. That's just a given. But JP, you are a positive, family-friendly kind of, channel, and who could get mad about you being like, here's a great way to make your maps cooler, or here's a great way to run point crawls on your maps. Here's an awesome way to build villages. I'm a little bit more contentious, so I tend to generate a little bit more vitriol. You'd be surprised. I know nothing about this business. I know absolutely nothing. And it is sad that I know nothing. But by the way, we got that. We got here. Okay, boom. Look at that. Backed projects. Dragon Town and the Darkness Below. I'm looking forward to getting my copy. You can guys see what I've been backing lately. I did end up backing Broken Empires, by the way. I wasn't going to, and like the last minute I did. So, yeah, man, it looks great. It looks awesome. I'm excited. We'll definitely do a review of that when it comes out. What's going on, everybody? GM Scott says, I'm with you on going back to the office, Derek. I told my bosses that if they tell me I need to go back to the office, then they will have to find a new principal writer. Yeah. I mean, obviously I have some flexibility, right? I'm not saying I have like, fuck you money. I don't, but again, my bills, my outlays, my expenses are fairly minimal. Now, of course, right now with my job, and I get this little bit of bonus money from the whole YouTube thing, I can go to Vegas a couple times a year. I can go to Vegas, and I can go to Gen Con, and I can take my mom on a cruise, and then that's fine. Obviously, if I told them to, I'm not going in, you can fire me or not. It's up to you. And then if they did, obviously I would not be able to do that, and I would have to do a little bit more hustling. There might be a little bit more 5e content suddenly on the channel. You'd be like, it's like a 11-minute, 30-second video. 5 ways to make your 5e campaign 5 times better. And you just get like that video every week forever. Damien says, I hate that. Yeah, Arizona doesn't do it at all. So it just completely screws you because the rest of the country shifts and you don't. I don't think Indiana does it either or something. So, Donnie, I was going to send you a message, but you're right here. So Bob and I are going to do a stream. Bob's wife plays bocce ball on Thursdays. So he has to watch the kids. So I think Bob and I are going to do a stream on Tuesday. And Donnie, if you're free, we can do Earth Dawn on Thursday. And by the way, Bob's stream, Bob had this idea, this kind of like, he threw out this idea when people were talking about things, and Bob's like, yeah, I'd love to get more involved with some of the first looks and stuff like that. And so this idea of a second look came up, and the tip goal reached. So I asked Bob, I said, Bob, like, what do you want to do with this? And he said, well, basically, I want you to sort of walk me through the game. Maybe we make a character together, and you kind of teach me the game, and maybe other people can be taught as you teach me. Plus, Bob very selfishly is like, plus, I want to learn how to play these games better. And so I asked Bob, I said, well, what do you want to do for your first time? And he said, Blades in the Dark. So on Tuesday, we're going to be talking about Blades in the Dark, and I'm going to be talking to Bob. I'm going to be explaining it to Bob and going to run him through character creation, and which is a little strange because it's Blades in the Dark is kind of you're making a crew, but normally, but maybe we'll have chat. I don't know, fill in the gaps right for the group. But then Thursday, watch out. Donnie and I are going to talk Earth Dawn, and it's probably going to be the first of a multi-part series because I don't think we're going to be able to get through everything. Because Earth Dawn is a game that I really respect as a game engine. Don't get me wrong, it's a trad game. It's got some interesting elements to it, but it's a trad game. But the lore, the setting, this is one of those game worlds that I actually really, people think I hate lore and I hate settings. I just don't like Galarian, you know? Um, I love pretty much almost, I mean, I have an encyclopedic knowledge of so many fantasy worlds, it's disturbing. And I can speak very intelligently and about most of them. There's just some that I just don't like. But in any case, Earth Dawn, bar save, is one of the greatest campaign settings of all time. And the integration of the game and the setting is a thing of beauty. So, anyways, we're going to have a crazy week. Yes, but it is a trad game. It is very much a trad game. It does not have I'm experiencing a lot of feelings. So I'm going to be able to perform better, or, oh no, I'm going to spend a point and that's actually my long lost cousin and he's here to help us out, but he'll get in trouble. No, it's like none of that. It's a trad game. But it's awesome and it's cool. And it's got some great lore. Let's see. I'm just trying to catch everybody thing here. Damian Williams upset because they voted against me doing a Halloween stream on Thursday. Instead, we talked about Torchbearer. RBG says, thanks, Jackal Tormoons, putting the deep cuts in my cart right now. Listen, it's only because we have a nice little group here. We're having some fun chats. It's the only reason I haven't just been like, well, that's enough. We'll see you next time on Knights of Last Call, and not just gone and bought this deep cuts and started reading it immediately. Thank God I have that extra hour, right? Hey, what's up? -411. Thank you. A little late, but at least it got the message eventually. You could just make a fortune being a DM on Start Playing. Okay, I'm an idiot. What is Start Playing? I know I'm a little bit behind in the chat. Sorry. Ken says, bring on the Earth Dawn. JP says, what's your all-time favorite setting? That's there's so many. Now, I know this sounds crazy, but I love the Forgotten Realms, by the way. I think 5e, the 5e community, WotC has done Forgotten Realms really, really dirty. To me, Forgotten Realms, was a very evolved, naturalistic world that had a lot of depth to it. And, a lot of people are like, well, a lot of the countries are the same. Like, tell me the difference between Amn and Tethir. And it's like, well, that's kind of the point, right? Like, sure, France and Spain are different, but they're not like completely different. They're all European, right? They all kind of have some of the same base languages. So now the problem with the Forgotten Realms is the Forgotten Realms got just obliterated. Okay. As much as I love the Forgotten Realms, the 4th edition Forgotten Realms sucks. The Spell Plague was terrible. And then they rewound it for 5th edition, and then they just stuck everything in the force, in the Sword Coast. For starters, Forgotten Realms setting is all a single continent. Yeah, no, Forgotten Realms is in theory, right, the entire world of Torel. And we have this continent of Faerun, and there's just a lot of other cool stuff there. I personally, just like I said, Sword Coast has never been actually an area that I've really liked all that much. I played Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 when they were, but I never said anything in Baldur's Gate. I had the Waterdeep City of Splendors box set, but I really never played Waterdeep. We did like one kind of campaign based out of Waterdeep where we were doing Undermountain, up the coast. I love Cormyr. I love the Dale Lands. I love the Moon Sea. I love the Vilhelm Reach. I love Thay and Aglaron and Ramashen, and just like, all these amazing, locations with just crazy cool lore and stories and really interesting dynamics. And, if you think the Forgotten Realms is boring, go play in the Moon Sea and just tell me, like, how is that boring? Admittedly, one of the areas I don't really know that well about the Forgotten Realms is the Shining South. I really don't know that much about like Kalimshan and Amn and Tethir, and I don't know as much about like the south central part, like the Great Rift and Halrua and what is it called, the Great Dale. I don't know those locations as well. anyways, going off on a whole Forgotten Realms tangent. Am I a big Dritz guy then? Well, JP, I'll premise by saying I have probably the first 15 or so Dritz books, all personally signed by R.A. Salvatore, over the course of many years of running into him at conventions and having him sign my books. I absolutely loved the Dark Elf trilogy is good. There's no doubt about it. But of course, remember the Dark Elf trilogy, even though it's chronologically first, actually came after, right, the Icewind Dale trilogy. I love the Icewind Dale trilogy. Crystal Shard, Streams of Silver, and the Halfling Gem are probably my favorite books. Although I really did like Passage to Dawn as well. But and Siege of Darkness. So Legacy and Starless Night were okay, but Siege of Darkness and Passage to Dawn were great. Then the story started to get a little bit sus, right, to my mind. And I started feeling a little bit bored by his writing style. And I read, the Hunter's Blade trilogy, and then whenever they did the Companions trilogy, whenever all of his dead, because it's been like 100 years, 200 years. So, Catti-brie is dead, Regis is dead, right? Whenever he's dead, and then they got like reincarnated by like Maliki to like come back and be his companion. When that happened, I said, I got to retire. And I have not read the book series since then. So, yes, I grew up as a fanboy of Dritz. And I wasn't even always just like, oh, Dritz is so awesome, he's cool. Like, I thought he was a cool, flawed character. But I loved Brunor, Battlehammer. I loved Wolfgar. I loved Regis. So I love Catti-brie. Even other random sub characters, right? Like, the Harpels. Harkle Harpel was like, I loved him. Anyways, so yes, I was a big Dritz guy. So anyways, Forgotten Realms is probably, I remember getting the second edition Forgotten Realms campaign setting box set. I never owned a campaign setting. It was my first campaign setting. I had my AD&D books. I maybe had a couple of the red cover, complete Wizard's Guide or Complete Warrior's Guide. I had a couple of the blue books. I had like Campaigns and Catacombs source book and, maybe like Arms and Equipment or something. And that was like my entirety of my D&D collection. I owned nothing. And this was like during the, early mid 90s when like all the new hotness was coming out, Dark Sun and Planescape. And I would eventually, end up getting those. But Forgotten Realms was my first, second edition. And I still have that box set. I love that box set. And then when Sean K. Reynolds and the team produced this beauty for third edition D&D, I mean, I still say to this day, I think this is one of the most well done, beautiful tomes. The thickness of this book belies how deep and dense and thick this book is, with just adventure hooks and lore and legitimately useful information. I think this is one of the greatest RPG settings books of all time. So I do like Forgotten Realms. That being said, I love Krynn. I love Dragonlance. I grew up reading those books too, and I love those books. And I played Dragonlance for many years. I think it's a really cool, fun lore. I can, rattle off, the Age of Legends and the Age of Despair and the Age of Mortals and the Age of Dreams and the Age of, oh Christ, I don't remember the second age. Oh, the Age of Might. Yeah, there we go. So Age of Might into Age of Despair, right? So there's another world whose chronology and geography I probably know pretty well. I love Planescape, but Planescape's kind of a weird setting. And I mean that in a good way. But Planescape, for the most part, is just Sigil. Not saying that's a bad thing. Just saying that it is a thing. I love Eberron. Eberron's really good. Barsave is really good. I'm going to have to give it to Forgotten Realms. It's my favorite. Sorry. That was a long... See, this is what happens, right? This is why I need to script people when I do my little summary pages, because then I go off topic and I get deep into it. Most creators only ever play one game. Yep, true. And that might be to their benefit, right? Because if that one game is 5th edition D&D, you're probably going to do okay. Yeah, that's true. If I did that, I would be dungeon coach and I would make $2 million. Yeah, see, there you go. Roll for Combat, I was not naming names, but you know, like again, I mean, I reviewed DC-20 and I thought there were some legitimately interesting ideas in there. But when I spoke with Alan at in GenCon, and he was like, "Oh no, this has never been done before," and I was like, "Actually, no, that idea has been done before. It's been done in several different games." And he was like, you know, not like he wasn't like, "Oh, that's bullshit." He was like, "Really?" Because he just doesn't have that wealth of experience. But you know what? Neither do most people. So you know, to that end, if something's new to you, then there's value in you, you know, getting into it. Yeah, that is absolutely true. If I created a woodworking channel with no experience, it would do way better than this channel. Yeah, be the niche of a niche. Karima, are you forgetting that before my garage burned down and my woodworking shop was destroyed, we were going to do a series about me making RPG table? So we were going to do that. We were going to be a niche of a niche. That's very cool. RPG with DBJ. The so-called exploration pillar, you know, is definitely something that I think has been woefully supported for the last couple of editions of D&D, unfortunately. So that's pretty cool. And it's tough. How do you make people, you know, happy with what you do with it? And the reason why the exploration pillar, I don't know how you did it in Advanced 5e, but the problem with the exploration pillar is that as you move out of a game like OSR type games, right, where it's, you know, rulings, not rules, you know, describe to live, you know, just tell me what you're doing, describe how you're examining the room, show me how you're looking for secret doors, or okay, there's a trap, well, how are you disarming it, right? When you move away from that towards mechanics, which is all really combat is, too, it becomes a series of skill checks. It becomes a series of roll the dice, high or low. But in combat, there's immediate stakes. Everyone knows what's going on. There's a bunch of tactical options. And ultimately, at the end of the day, you're just rolling dice. But you have a couple different choices, and you have where you're standing, and you know, you have to think about the different moving dynamic. It's a very dynamic environment. Traditionally, typically, in exploration mode, the environment isn't as dynamic. And as we've moved away from things like random encounters and truly deadly traps, even the stakes are very low. And because we want to just kind of, you know, one and done and get on with it, a lot of times a lot of activities get reduced down to a simple die roll, and that's fine. Mechanics are good, but that doesn't mean that die roll is fun or exciting or interesting. So yeah. Jackal says, are we going to do a Blaze in the Dark deep dive tomorrow? Jackal Torn, I don't know. I don't think so, because tomorrow's my mom's birthday, and my sister says she wants to go to dinner, so probably not. And then next Sunday, we're going to be doing G.I. Joe. Sunhawk beat the tip goal himself, and so he got to pick the game, and he wanted to do a Renegade Studios Essence 20 game, and he recommended G.I. Joe. So that is at least spoken for. And then Tuesday, we'll be talking about Blaze in the Dark with Bob, but I don't know if he'll appreciate the deep cuts. We may just have to do it on the Discord, buddy. What did people not like about Load? So this is a deep cut. So the thing that people don't like about Load, Pepper, is it was a fictional, you know, phantom, weight. And so like you had these items on you, but you didn't have them items on you. And then once you marked it on your, and I think people had a problem with this. I think that was silly, but like people were like, oh, once I mark an item as having Load, does that mean I just have it now for the rest of the, you know, of the session? Or what if I pick something up? Can I drop my Load even though it's quantum? Like some people just had a really hard time understanding it, basically, is what it came down to. And I think a lot of people were very frustrated with the elements of it feeling too divorced, right? It was just this quantum inventory resource that I loved, but other people. And then, you know, I loved the list of things on your Load. In fact, one of the things I loved doing in the game as a reward for characters, especially in downtime, was adding additional, basically, boxes to their Load. Not like that you could check, but like new items that they could have theoretically brought with them on a heist or on a crew score. And I thought that was a cool way to advance your character by giving your character more options during a score. Blue Simplex. I came to this channel after the WotC licensing fiasco, so I could expose myself to new systems outside of D&D. I stayed because of the strong opinions based on a broad experience. And Blue Simplex, that's the best thing that I could ask for. I don't need, nor do I want everybody to agree with everything I'm saying. These are my opinions. I think they are educated. I think that I have strong reasonings for why I give them, but sometimes they are biased, as all opinions are. There are times where games go, I think this is a good design game. I don't like it. Right? Memento Mori. I'm not into that style of game. I'm not into that setting. But the mechanics are cool and they definitely fit the purpose. So, that's where, I try to balance my hot takes. Let's see here. 5 to 10 minutes to up the views. Yeah, so I mean, we are going to try to do that, and again, it's a little bit more work for me, but we'll see how it works. Because I understand we get comments all the time. Derek, I love the channel, but man, it's difficult. All of your videos are 3.5 hours long. I get it. It's tough. Let's see here. William wants me to do a deep cut first look. Just download it right now. I mean, we could. It's $10 on DriveThruRPG. That's even better. Let's see. I can't believe I didn't even know that this existed. How is this not best-selling title already? Hold on a sec. Let me see what I got here. All right. Deep cut. I wonder if it'll show up. It sure does. Brand new from 17 Design. Wow. Hottest of fires. Thaddeus says, Start Playing is a website, a platform for people to run games. Okay, Joe, so you're saying the same thing. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. If I'm going to play games, I'm going to play them with my patrons, so. I mean, that is true. The Forgotten Realms is one continent on Aber-Torel, Faerun, but those other settings have their own, right. Technically, Maztica is its own setting, right? Karatur is its own campaign setting. Al-Qadim is its own setting, but they are all technically set on Aber-Torel. So you are technically correct, and that is the best kind of correct. Good job, Jess. It's funny hearing Derek say that he doesn't know these places that well when I haven't heard of any of these places at all when I was talking about Forgotten Realms. Yes, I probably know less about what I don't know. Or I'm sorry, I probably know more about what I don't know than most people know about what they do know. Thank you, Derek. All I wanted to be recognized for the technicality upon which I am correct. Yes. In fact, Jess, that's how our relationship started, was you pointing out a technicality to me, right? Where you said, look, what was it? Was it the actor or who was it? It was I'm trying to remember what archetype it was. It was like and you were like, this is mechanical archetype. It's not a dandy. Yes. That's it, the dandy. I objected to your ranking of the dandy, yes. Which I ranked it very well, but you said, no, you put it in the wrong category. This is not a role-playing archetype. This is a mechanical archetype. And I said, you are right. I was mistaken. It needs to be moved over. So that was awesome. You started off on a high note because of that. Let's see here. D&D settings tier chart when? Well, we technically have, we've done, what did we do? We did Eberron. We did Dark Sun. What else did we do? We did Eberron and Dark Sun. I think that's all we've done. I wanted to do a couple more, but eventually we did Birthright. That's right. We did Birthright. Of course, we did Birthright. So we did Eberron, and then we did, which is the name of the setting, the planet is Eberron. Corvair is what most people think of because that's the main continent. And then we did Birthright, which is Cerelia, and then we did Dark Sun, which is Athos. So I'd like to get at least Forgotten Realms, Faerun, Dragonlance, Kryn, Probably Planescape in there just because it is, I consider it to be one of like the core of like, like if the 7 stars of the 7 stars, the 7 crowns of Durin's folk, I consider that to be one of the guiding things of the Valar's arc. What is it called? I'm getting really deep in Tolkien there. The Crook of the Valar. What's it called? The Sickle of the Valar. Oh, it is called the Sickle of the Valar. All right, there we go. I had to look it up. That's a constellation put in the star by Varda. Which some potentially could be the same 7 stars that showed it to Durin when he looked into the mirror. Callimachus loves Cerelia Birthright. Yeah. Very cool. Very cool. That is a very unique, powerful setting for sure. What makes the realms forgotten, though? Well, the idea of Forgotten Realms, quite frankly, is this idea that there have been kingdoms that came and went and came and there's like layers of history here, and so there are and it's such a wide and scattered world that has been up and down through these cataclysms over the years. That it's a world of adventure and exploration. I think part of the problem, I mean, this is what 4th edition D&D recognized, is a part of the problem with some of these campaign settings is they're too civilized. There's not enough to go and do if you're an adventurer. Forgotten Realms, to be completely fair, to the critics, when you've got, the Chosen of Mistra hanging around, you got the 7 Sisters running around, you've all these high-level characters like the Companions of the Hall running around, it starts to kind of make you wonder, like, what is there for me to do? If there was something truly dangerous or pressing, somebody else, some 80th level wizard is going to go take care of it, right? But by and large, I think the idea of it being forgotten is just that it's this, these layers of history upon layers of history. When you go and adventure in the Dale lands, Shadowdale and Battledale and Mistledale and Ashendale and all that other stuff. It seems like, oh, look, we're adventuring, but you're doing it under the undercurrent of this used to be Cormanthor, right? This used to be the kingdom of elves on Earth. I mean, obviously nothing's new under the sun, right? Cormanthor and Mithranor were basically Lothlorien, and Mithranor was whatever it's called, Caer Galadon or whatever, the center of elvendom on Earth. And the idea was, I don't know how many people know this, but, similar to Tolkien, in Forgotten Realms, the elves have been leaving the shores of Faerun for, hundreds of years. And it's called The Retreat, and they are leaving. They're sailing across the sea to the west to their sort of ancestral homeland, which is called Evermeet, which is basically a metaphor for, Valinor and Aman, sailing to the west. And so the idea is that, the Elven Kingdom used to be this massive thing, and now they've sort of left that behind. And so there's this like forgotten realm underneath your very noses, as sort of the, humans and the halflings have made their way in. And I just think that's so compelling. And maybe the reason, ultimately, I really like Forgotten Realms is because in many cases it's just a thinly veiled rehash of Tolkien, and I love Tolkien. So, let's see. So Joe says his setting chart would be Dark Sun, Planescape, and then everything else. I think that's totally fine. Dark Sun and Planescape, you have to admit, they do it more differently than any other setting that's ever come before or since. I cannot think of too many settings other than those two that really just, that are still tied to the core D&D ethos, obviously, and just completely do a 180, a 180 on it after you flipped it upside down and then send it through a centrifuge. King Hodop says that was a very diplomatic way to talk about Coach's experience with TTRPGs. I appreciate that. And look, Alan is very, again, his enthusiasm for the game was apparent to me 5 seconds after meeting him. He was genuinely excited about these ideas and about making it a better game and playing experience for himself and, for the people who are supporting his game. No one can go wrong with that. I'm not going to poo-poo on somebody because, well, that's already been done before. Okay, but that doesn't mean everybody knows that. Not everybody played that game. So I think that's where it's very valuable. Jess says very belated. Well, I'm getting into even more belated, Jess. The 3E Forgotten Realm campaign setting changed my brain forever. The illustration of lineup of plain touched in that book has lived at the center of my brain for multiple decades now. I know exactly what you're talking about. You're talking about the one that has all the Genesai, right? Boom, right there. Great art. Just a fantastic example of 3E era. Sam Wood did a lot of Forgotten Realms art. He did a lot of 3E art, but I think he did a lot of Forgotten Realms art. It's only been out for like 5 hours. Okay, so at least but I'm saying I can't believe I didn't see something on Twitter that people were talking about this was coming. Maybe, knowing John, he probably just, Harper, he just dropped it, Okay, Derek didn't know it either, and he is deep in the Forged territory. Okay, so I don't feel as bad then. I don't. DT drive through. You know what? Boom, I'm gonna do that right now. I'm copying the affiliate link. If you're watching this and you're like, holy shit, I need to go give John Harper and 17 Designs money. Boom. All right, we got an affiliate link in the doobly-doo that'll take you right there, and whatever you spend, we'll get a couple percentage of it. Good call, Shadram. Good call. Wait, technically, are you not already doing paid games if you run on the Patreon? Thaddeus, technically, no. Because it is not one of those things where it's like, you pay this much money and I will run these games for you. It's more of just like, we wanted a way to reward people who support us, and this is where tickets came in, and this is where we do like, t-shirts and merch and stickers and, stickers and, t-shirts. And so getting a chance to play a game with me or Bob or whatever, that is just part of that, more of that a thank you, rather than you like strictly saying, I am paying this many dollars to play in this many campaign sessions. I would really definitely prefer to avoid anything like that. It's the same reason why I don't let people buy my t-shirts. I don't want to sell my t-shirts. Number one, it's just confusing from a tax perspective. But number two, I just want it to be part of a reward system. And remember, on the Knights of Last Call Patreon, you can earn tickets from running games and some, so we want to reward people who contribute to the community, is the way I look at it. Just wrote that archetype, and I wasn't going to have you pretend it was all fluff. That respect. You came in with a solid argument. I immediately conceded. In the face of that logic, there was no debate to be had. I know you get Green Flame Blade and Blooming Blade from the Sword Coast, and that you don't screw with the Goldfish and Waterdeep. That is true. 4th edition Forgotten Realms did bring us the Sword Mage, so I can respect that, but that's about it. Ooh, that Eberron. Oh, that, but not my precious Spelljammer. Sorry, Spelljammer doesn't make my list. I'm sorry. It's just, I don't know. It's just too much for me. I don't know how to tell you. It becomes more like space fantasy, and that's maybe I start to lose interest in that. Bravelock says that Eberron stream finally gave me the push to run a game in it. That's sweet. That's awesome. I think Eberron's great, and it's really awesome for that style pulp action adventure. Council of Worms is a good one. It's weird. It's out there, but it'd be fun to do. Maybe in a different system, but I don't know. But I love this box set. I have it here somewhere, and we should definitely take a look at it someday. Council of Worms is fantastic. Could you give the Die RPG or comic a look? It's a meta RPG about people who play RPGs. Stuff on the character sheet sold me on the game. People have asked that request before. I mean, Alznet, I usually let my patrons vote for what streams they want to see or what game systems they want me to review. If that one wins, I'll probably go ahead and do it. Yes, Karas Galadorn. Karas Galadorn. Karas Galadorn. That's it. Mr. Rex is a good video. What they didn't tell you about the Forgotten Realms was some history and forgotten civilization, gods old and new. Yeah, I mean, like the whole history of Mistral, and then she died, and then Mistra, and then during the Avatar crisis, right, Midnight became Mistra to save the Weave, and you had Ball and Bane and Merkel, and then they kind of got killed, and then they got taken over by Cyric, and blah 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 blah, and that's just the gods, right? I think it's very cool stuff. And then and then Kelemvor had to take over for the God of the Dead, and became the new God of the Dead. Forgotten Realms, by the way, is fucking brutal. In Forgotten Realms, okay, when you die, okay, if you don't have like a deity to come and like pick you up, you basically get sent to like just like eternal torment, and you're like, your soul is like stuck in this wall and for all time. It's actually horrible. Like there should be no atheists in the Forgotten Realms. It's pretty brutal. Anyways, but that was the whole thing with the Tablets of Fate and what they were trying to do and steal portfolio, yada yada. How in the world do you keep all this stuff in your brain? I'm a huge nerd, and I spent the majority of my formative years just reading these books. And I don't ask me where I put my keys, but when it comes to remembering the minute details of fantasy worlds and histories, I got you covered. They removed the wall. This is everything that's wrong. This is everything that's wrong with the world. They removed the Wall of the Dead from current 5e lore. It made me sad. It's probably the coolest bit of lore in the Forgotten Realms. Well, if that interchange that just happened is like just a perfect metaphor for so many things. Number one, it's a perfect metaphor for how I don't know shit about 5e. That's number one. Number two, it's a perfect metaphor for this kind of harsh, kind of cruel, kind of like, if you're an atheist, you're bound to, essentially exist in purgatory forever, to this sort of like, we got rid of that. It's not feel good, right? In the modern telling of the game. Well, that is very unfortunate. We had to pull a few player character souls from that wall. See, that's awesome, right? But see, that's what I love. That's what I love about the Wall of the Dead, and I loved this idea again of this there was very much no surprises here, right? It was very much kind of like a the Halls of Mandos, right, from Tolkien, right? And it was this idea of this sort of place for the departed souls who had nowhere else to be, and they had to remain there. But then that gives you the classic sort of Greek storytelling of like, we need to go save these people from this horrible place. It doesn't make any sense in D&D, right? Like, if you die and you're like, I don't know, good aligned or something, and your deity is like, I don't know, Ilona or something like that, right? Or Sune, you die and you're like, welcome to paradise. Welcome to Elysium or Celestia, where, the rivers flow with honey. And, you were a paladin or you were a cleric. Well, guess what? Now you can be this defender of the faith, but hanging out with your god 24/7. Like, the cosmology of a lot of settings really sort of doesn't make any sense, right? It's like one of those things where it's like, they resurrect you. There's that I don't know if they still have this, but maybe they do. But in earlier versions of D&D, like 3rd edition, stuff like that, 2nd edition, it would say something like, if you get raised dead or resurrected, right? Like, if the soul is willing to return, then the spell succeeds. And realistically, none of these, if you're good aligned and you worship your deity and you with good faith, and there's enough deities that you can find one that weirdly matches up precisely. You're like, I really love hunting and killing animals, and it's like, okay, perfect. We've got the goddess for you, or we've got the god for you. You get to go to this awesome, perfect paradise plane. Why would you ever come back to do anything? You would just become a petitioner. It doesn't make any sense. Anyways, yeah, the elves, they're known to break things. Can't blame them for that. That's why I wrote Rage on Rage of Elements. That illustration right there. That's awesome, Jess. That's fantastic. I love the 3E Cobalt art. Yes, I love the 3E Cobalt art as well. I am pro kobolds being little skittery lizard things, which was really a 3E-ism. In second edition and certainly first edition, they kind of had that weird, like, what are they? I don't quite understand. But I think third edition, tying them to dragons in that way, I thought was really awesome. I loved it. John Harper literally shadow dropped it. Okay, fantastic. That's like the most Harper thing of all time. And for Blaze in the Dark, it's like really appropriate, right? We're all bored, Listen, it's Saturday night. It is what it is. Hey, I don't know, Steven. I need to talk to you. I don't know. It very much looks like I'm not going to be going to Vegas in December, and so I may be able to swing PAX Unplugged, but obviously I don't even have a badge. I have no idea. I've never been there, so it's like this is like when you came to Origins. Like I need you to like show me, like figure like we need to talk. That's all, because you're the one who wanted me to go. So I mean I want to go too, but so many people have an entitled perspective of I pay your Patreon, you work for me, sheesh. And to a certain extent, I do make that, joke that I work for, I produce content for the people who support me. Not, and look, I respect everybody who comes in here and participates and is polite in the chat and the comments and gives great ideas and is part of the conversation and never gives me a dime or a dollar. That's awesome. I'll take your 0.025 cents or whatever every time you watch a video. Very cool. Thank you. But the reality of the situation is, this channel is supported by, a handful, couple hundred people who support me through their tips, their super chats, their Patrons, and their YouTube memberships. And so I feel a certain amount of indebtedness to at least make content that those people are going to find the most valuable and the most entertaining. So. I think the dog kobolds are cool too, but just have dog people because little dragons are awesome. Yeah, I like the little lizard kobolds. I think that's a good touch. It's actually something that I started to do. I started to do this in 4th edition, but one of the things that I in earlier versions of the game, right, there was always this kind of problem. You had all these one-hit die creatures, and it was always very difficult to like separate like. What makes a kobold really all that different from a goblin? What makes a hobgoblin really all that different from an orc? And like, gnolls and bugbears, like you just had all of these like medium-sized, small to medium-sized, monster races. They were all just basically humanoid races. And like, how do you make them distinct and different? And I just thought that the kobolds had, this really interesting angle with the dragons and the sorcerer. In 3rd edition, there was a lot of like kobold sorcerers and stuff like that. The dragon's blood, and them thinking that, then being like the kind of little skittering servants of the dragon kind. I thought that was a really cool way to sort of cut them out and make them, break them apart. Yeah, I mean, kobolds got off to a great start in 4th edition because we played that first adventure and they had the kobold slingers with the pots, like the stick pot and the fire pot, and they had the shifty ability, and that like my party was like, we'd come out of 3rd edition, and so suddenly we're playing this game and it's like super tactical, and like the monsters are putting DOTs on the party, then they're sticking them, they're immobilizing the defender so he can't break, he can't go and engage. And then the kobolds are all moving in, and then they're getting based up, but then they're shifting away, moving, and then flinging another, like a fire pot to light you on fire to keep the dots going. And my group was like, what is going on? Like, this is crazy. Like this game, like it just went, it went to 11, and kobolds shifty was way better than scuttle or whatever the goblin ability was, right? Which let them like move one when somebody moved next to them or something. Shifty was way better. The goblin ability was it had its uses, but it was kind of weak comparatively. So Kalana says it's the place people go at first when they die in Forgotten Realms, like a waiting room now, where you have to dodge temptation from demons until someone takes you to one of the afterlife planes, and then no random numbers got it right. Yeah, they either go straight to the plane of the deity they worship, or if they're an atheist, they go to the plane of their alignment. But I don't know if alignment is kept either nowadays. But back in the day, you didn't. You just got bound to the wall of the dead because no one came to save you from that fate. Essentially, you could almost argue it as like the fate of every soul was to get just bound to the wall of the dead. But if you were well liked by the powers that be, they would come rescue your soul, basically. Let's see here. Pathfinder PhD just finished GMing my first community game. He means Knights of Last Call community game. The new Discworld Adventures in Ankh-Morpork. Quick start. It was pretty fun and funny. Terry Pratchett. A series I have never read. I have not read anything of Terry Pratchett's. I have not read any Discworld at all. I know almost nothing about it, truthfully. I respect it. I mean, it's part of nerd culture big time, but it is one that I am just like complete blank on. Don't know anything. Yeah, Orcs had a charge thing. I mean, they did a better job in 4th edition of making the monsters different because they had the tactical tools with the descriptions to sort of break it down. I really love the Kobold's MCDM made in flea mortals, like little Roman centurions. Yeah, maybe. I always think of when I think of well armored and equipped, humanoid bad guys, I think of hobgoblins all the time. If you enjoy satire and dry British wit, you may enjoy it. It's weird because I love Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy trilogy, all 5 books. I love Monty Python, but I hate Doctor Who. I'm very hit or miss. Daniel, that might be one of my favorite terms. Mechanical flavor. 4E had some really nice monster design. 5E just doesn't measure up in terms of mechanical flavor. That's a great way to put it, mechanical flavor. Although I will say, nothing is free. Including all of these additional rules and rules procedures does make monsters take longer to fight, and it takes longer to engage with the monsters, and it takes longer to run the monsters. And 4E does have a not undeserved reputation for taking something that is already considered to be fairly long and arduous combat, round-based initiative combat, and making it longer. That being said, if you enjoy that thing and you find that that is worth the investment of time, then why would it matter? In fact, you might be happier that it's taking an hour instead of taking 45 minutes. But a lot of people, especially as time has gone on, I feel, have gotten more and more away from that in some ways. In fact, I think that the role-playing game, community has become much more disjointed in what is it that we want out of a game. And I think you see that particularly in the 5e space, because all these people are just playing one game, 5e. And maybe they don't know any other games, maybe they don't want to know any other games, but that doesn't, just because you're like, oh, I play 5e, you can't make any assumption about what it is that person wants out of the 5e experience. Like if I tell you that somebody's really into Avatar Legends, you have a pretty solid understanding of what they want out of a game and what they like in a game. Same thing with Blades in the Dark or any of these other games. But if you say we play 5e, you're like, okay, are you really into combat? Are you really into character builds? Are you really into just hanging out, beer and pretzels and shooting the shit? Are you into role playing? Are you not into role playing? Are you really into deep stories? Do you like the GM to fudge and intervene? Do you not like that? Like there's no basis, and the community is so widely diverse that you end up with a lot of, I think, missed expectations when you put together groups. And that, I think, is what causes some of the friction and some of the, haranguing that occurs in the 5e space when you see these GMs and players kind of misalign and, and inevitably end up on some Reddit post or Twitter post of someone complaining about my horrible players or my horrible GM, etc. Oh, Joe, picture makes them look like dogs, but the description not so much. Well, yeah, I'll be honest with you. I am only going on based off of the picture. So the description apparently was hairless, horns, dark rusty brown to rusty black hide, which still isn't quite our cool little lizard guys that we had, but hairless and horns is getting there. Certainly not like a dog, but even though the picture very much makes them look like dogs, and not just in the first edition monster manual, but in other, modules and stuff. When they would illustrate kobolds, they were usually described as these little kind of furry, monkey-looking things. Reminds me of the 8 Types of Fun article from years past. I don't know that I know that one. It sounded familiar for a second, but I don't know. The best weirdly dog-looking D&D illustration is the D. Terrazelli Planescape Glabrazu. That must be from the 2nd edition monster manual. Is that right? Must be 2nd edition, right? All right. I'm gonna find 2nd edition here. Okay. All right. 2nd edition. Let's see here. Now you might think, oh, you need to go look it up under Demon, but you would be wrong. Does anybody know why you'd be wrong to look it up under Demon? Or Devil? The hell kind of monster is it? That is right. Because that boy's under T. That's right. But that is the wrong book. You're right. It is not in this book. So what book is it in? Well, let's see. Is it in one of the Monstrous Compendiums, Volume 1 and Volume 2? Maybe. Let's find out. You want to talk about pure TSR nonsense. So this is the idea of this product was that they would print its binder, and then they would sell these monster packets that were 3-hole punched, and then you could put them in, and that way you could just build up one manual, right? In this case, one compendium as time went on. But I don't know. You can see the mine is well labeled. Let's see here. Look at all the tabs, all the monsters. Ah, what a great time playing 2nd edition, huh? Well, I don't know where this Glabrazu is. Kind of disappointed. Vampire. Yeah, no, I don't know where that is. Probably Planescape Monstrous Compendium 1, because it's not in 2. Interesting. All right. Well, all right. We're going on an art quest here. 8 Types of Fun. The Angry DM, Gnome Stew, Matt LeBlanc. Oh, okay. I played D&D with Angry GM back in the day at Gen Con. He was actually very sweet. I love my 3-ring binder. I wish I still had it. Yeah, it's one of those cool things that, just wasn't super practical, but, it was nice. I mean, yeah, like, in terms of being able to just, like, instead of having 27, like, monster manuals, right? Like in 3rd edition, right? Like, yeah. 3rd edition had a monster manual 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. It's a lot of monster and a Fiend Folio. So there's like a lot of monsters. So, it's kind of cool when you can just like, buy an expansion and then just add it to your 3-ring binder, Plus, if you need to, you can just, take out the 3 or 4 monsters that you need. Planescape Monstrous Compendium, Volume 1, page 101. We're on a mission here. But you can also, okay, well, I thought I did Detail Easy Glabrezu. I thought I did look that up. Oh, okay. Maybe are we getting here? Let me see if this is it. Let's see here. Is that it? Oh, it's on something awful. Horrible. All right, must be this. Okay, so it's there we go. It's this one. Oh, that is quite the image of the Glabrezu. I'm gonna have to go with I'm a big fan of the 3rd edition Glabrezu. This bad boy here. Glabrezu were really cool, right? They were like the temptation demon. It was so cool. Yeah, I promise you will see him. It's incredible. I love him so much. It was totally practical. We're talking about the binder, by the way, because I could take out the pages I needed for the current section of the campaign or for the terrain they were in and put them in separate binders. Yes, GM Scott. So what I ended up doing is sorting them mostly by level. And that way, when I was doing random encounter tables, I would know where to, use those monsters from. And I didn't need the level 1 or 2 or 3 monsters when they were in the level 5 dungeon. And then doing it by terrain is also a really, really cool idea because, as people will tell you, back in the day, each monster type had a climate/terrain. So you knew what kind of random encounter tables were appropriate for that particular type of monster to make sure that your game was Gygaxian naturalism was in effect, right? This Ghost Glenn says that's just a chihuahua waiting for a treat. It does kind of look like a chihuahua waiting for a treat. Folks, I gotta be honest with you, I'm really excited for this deep cuts. This Blades in the Dark thing is so good. Like 110 pages, 118 pages, and it's from Harper. And it's him being like, yeah, I've been playing this game now for 10 years, like I wanna it looks good. I have not really seen or talked to him, read his blog or anything like that since 5e. I knew him back in like the 4e, 3e era. first look. Yeah, it's only midnight. No, that deserves like its own, its own thing. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm sorely tempted. Let's see here. Oh man, I have to use my credit card. I do not have enough credit to buy it with my Drive-Thru-RPG credit. Wow, great shame. That's okay. Brayflock says this stream is going to until the 2nd 2 a.m. Right? I mean, it could. It's in the zip file. Why is it in a zip file? It's 94 megs. Big boy. Yeah. Stupid Drive-Thru-RPG with its gotta verify your link or whatever it's called. There we go. All right, we're downloading. All right, WinRAR's popped up. It has spreads and pages. Okay. Yeah, and then it has a. Yeah, exactly. Well, let's take a little look. Let's take a little look. All right, not a big look, a little look. All right. Let's see here. Writing, layout, and art by John Harper. Man, this guy is a Renaissance man. He is a true creator. Thanks to all of awesome people that work for this stuff, including Strauss, who's awesome, Tony Dowler, who's awesome, Vincent Baker, who's awesome, John LaBeouf Little, who is awesome, Andrew Gillis, who is awesome, Fred Hicks, who is awesome. Good stuff. McGuay Baker, also awesome. Look at that. It's just like, imagine having these people in your freaking Rolodex, right? Troy Lavallee is Glass Cannon. Okay, I did not know that one. Yeah, Sean Nittner. Yeah, good stuff. Good. Oh, Becca Scott. She is Becca. If you're watching, she's so fine. I know she's married, but all right, here we go. Blades in the Dark Deep Cuts is a collection of expanded settings, elements, alternate mechanics, and techniques for play. The first section is new stuff for the setting. 13 innovations to reflect ongoing industrial age advances, as well as scientific and political initiatives by the Imperial March. Okay, so, you know, kind of maybe taking the timeline further a little bit, which I don't mind. 27 factions, including 15 that were mentioned in Blades but not given full treatment, like the Ciphers, the Railjacks, the Path of Echoes. Which is the Path of Echoes was a major part. I mean, I made it all up because, you know, Blades in the Dark doesn't really have a whole lot of detail about anything, which is fine. I actually think that's kind of cool. In fact, one thing that people complain about all the time is like, give us the lore, give us the lore. And I kind of like that they didn't give us the lore, but the Path of Echoes was a major part of my last Blades in the Dark campaign. The Unchained, a group of hulls who have gained their freedom. That's awesome. 100 heritage and background options to give you more choices when making your character, as well as adding more lore about the wider world of the Shattered Isles. And a catalyst, introducing a world-shaking event which expands and alters the setting of the game, along with dark secrets to explore and opportunities for scoundrel explorers. Okay, so a bunch of setting stuff. The second section is a collection of 6 systems for the game. They are all modular, so you can use them or lose them. A modified advancement system, which slows the rate of character and crew advancement, so longer series maintain room for growth even later in the game. This is something we talk about all the time, which is that Blades in the Dark is not good for long-duration campaigns because the characters get too powerful too quickly. Revised harm and trauma systems, which are more flexible and impactful in play. I'd love to see what they talk about here. There's, in my own games, when I use harm, I use persistent harm and I use temporary harm. And then with the downtime rules, I let people just reduce the level of harm on all of their harms by 1. So tier 1 harm becomes, level 1 harm becomes nothing, it heals. Level 2 harm degrades to level 2, or level 1, level 3 degrades to level 2, etc., etc. So 1s become nothing, 2s become 1, 3 becomes 2. Anyways, with just a single downtime action. That's the way I always did it, but that's a diceless downtime system. Interesting. I didn't really like rolling dice that much in the downtime. I'll be honest with you. I'm kind of excited for it. That's not an area where I want chance. I want that to feel more like a worker placement game. With tweaks to playoff, heat, vice, and crew development, and a new action system. Okay. Which overhauls and streamlines the action resolution mechanics to empower players even more and speed up the process of play. Now, I'm very interested in the setting stuff, but I'm going to skip ahead to the systems. All right. Oh, apparently the bookmarks do not work. All right. All right, we're going to go to page 73 then. All right. Ooh. So he added temporary harm, but he did it as level 1. Okay. This module makes harm more flexible and impactful and provides a new way to earn XP. Okay. When your character suffers harm, record on your playbook occurrence level Harm 1, temporary, a negative effect that goes away naturally over time and does not require treatment for recovery. Bloodied, confused, distracted, intimidated, etc., etc. Now, I used to do this and would call it temporary harm. Now, I could have level 2 temporary harm or even level 3 temporary harm, but it would go away naturally in the fiction. And if it didn't go away in the fiction, it would always go away at the end of the score. So the best example of this that I used to do is like if somebody got like, crushed in the solar plexus and they got the wind knocked out of them. Right, I would actually give that to them as level 3 harm. Right, you're basically incapacitated, but it's only for a few moments, right, until you can catch your breath. So I would call that level 3 harm, the wind knocked out of you, temporary. And if it might shake off after a couple passes of action, but for that time, if you want to act, you're gonna have to push yourself to be able to do anything. Anyways, lasting harm is level 2, severe harm is level 3, and fatal harm is level 4. You have space in your playbook to record 2 instances of level 2 harm and 1 instance of level 3 harm. If you suffer harm at a level that is all instance, it goes up. That's nothing wrong. But you may have unlimited number of level 1 harm conditions. But if you suffer the same condition a second time, bump it up to level 2. If you're tired and become tired again, erase it and take level 2 harm exhausted instead. And if your level 2 harm instances are full, that's okay. Just record another one. It doesn't bump up to level 3. That's a little awkward. All right, but okay, harm levels are no longer tied to specific mechanical penalties. Interesting. So for those of you who don't know, in Blaze in the Dark, normally, level 1 harm and level 2 harm basically give you a penalty to your outcomes mechanically. You either get penalties to the number of dice you get to roll, or your the effectiveness of your action is reduced or limited. And then to do level 3, if you have level 3 harm, you basically have to spend stress and push yourself just to be able to act. Instead, he is turning harms into temporary aspect tags. Harm may be invoked by the GM to impede the character, create a problem, or limitation. When you invoke harm as the GM. Now, Blaze in the Dark really didn't have this as an option in the game. Not really. It didn't really have this. I kind of like it. Introduce a bad outcome or new problem. Reduce an action or attribute rating for a roll. Reduce the position effect. When a character's harm is involved, mark XP. Feel free to remind the GM of your character's harm when you think it might apply. Okay. Is there like a doesn't look like there's a limit to this either. So basically, instead of giving them a hero point or a fate point, you're letting them mark XP. All right. That is a big change, I will admit, and it definitely gives the GM a lot more narrative control, almost like more like what they would have in a Fate game. That Blaze in the Dark, traditionally, the GM did not have that as much. So that kind of makes me rephrase, it kind of recontextualizes my understanding, because while you had stress, you didn't really have, stress was a player resource, Will Netters, I'm back. I was just talking about Torchbearer with a friend. Tomorrow is a one-shot. What game are we seeing here? This is a expansion book called Deep Cuts for Blaze in the Dark, just released just today, just a few hours ago, by John Harper. So we're just quickly taking a look at some of the mechanics of it. I'm not going to get too much into the detail. All right. If you think the consequence from an invocation of harm is too punishing, or it's something you just don't want to deal with, suggest an alternative impediment and discuss it with the GM, or tough it out. Take 1 stress and draw a line through it. You still have the harm and need to recover it, but it can't be invoked to impede you. All right. So putting again, the player still has that agency, which is interesting. And it does cost you stress in order to be able to pay that out. All right, sometimes it might require an action to remove. Otherwise, level 1 harm is removed in the fiction. If you're intimidated by Bazo Baz, how long does that last? Was it a one-time thing? Does it stick with you for a while? That's for the player to decide. Level 1 harms aren't meant to last forever. After they've been invoked a couple times, or as soon as downtime begins, remove your level 1 harm. So he's basically doing what I did with temporary harm and just sort of co-opting that into the entire level 1 area. And I like that. I like that a lot. If you suffer a mortal wound that isn't instant lethal, you may survive it if someone can treat the wound. The fatal harm remains in your playbook and must be dealt with as a recovery active. Also, record a scar, a permanent injury like a limp, chronic pain, loss of an eye. You may invoke a scar to impede your character and mark XP as if it was basically essentially permanent harm. Okay, so this is really adding basically a lot of fate elements to the game, right? And the ability to sort of treat these harms rather as sort of negative aspects that the GM that don't have any mechanical weight unless the GM invokes them essentially by making it come up, giving you a penalty to a mechanical roll that it would apply, or introducing a narrative complication and bribing you essentially with XP to do so. Looks like there's some changes here to how certain abilities work because the harm system is part of the mechanics of this game, and so, you know, it matters. We are looking at Deep Cuts, which just got released. It's by John Harper, and it is kind of his home rules and updates and optional expansions to Blades in the Dark. This module, so the trauma module, makes the immediate consequence of trauma less severe. Ooh, I like that. I don't like that trauma takes you out. And provides a different way to earn XP. Okay, when you need to mark stress, but all your boxes are marked, gain a trauma condition from your character. Mark one of your trauma boxes, then remove all your stress. Circle a list from your playbook or create your own. Describe your trauma reaction based on the condition. You decide how intense this is. Fantastic. I love it. I didn't like that trauma took you out of the scene or out of the score. I didn't like that. It was the only thing I didn't like about trauma. But now you can invoke them to create a problem or complication, and we mark XP. This replaces. Okay, yeah. So the way it worked is that when you gained a trauma, if it came up during the session, at the end you would be like, "Hey, my trauma caused problem," and I get a mark XP. So this is kind of taking that same idea and just making it to more of an in-game play, compelling type thing. Invoking. They're even using. He's even using the fate language, which is to invoke an aspect. Very cool. When you mark your 4th trauma box, you retire. That's normal. Before that, you can recover trauma. They mentioned this in the core rulebook, so this isn't really an expansion, but they never really provided any sort of details. That work with the GM to create a long-term project to remove one of your conditions and clear a trauma box. All right. Load. All right. Let's see how they change load. Okay. Before the score, you choose your plan for the operation. Also choose your load style, conspicuous or discreet. So the way it used to be is there were 3 levels of load. There was basically like light, medium, and heavy. And that gave you more load boxes that you could tap into during the score, but it made you more, apparently that you were, toting a bunch of gear. All right. You have 6 boxes of items. You may bring heavy items, anything that requires 2 or more. So one of the things that was always funny was like, you could choose light load, and I think that gave you 3 boxes. But then, so the idea is that you basically look like any person off the street, right? You don't look like you're, you don't have a in D&D terms, you don't have a backpack on, you don't have a heavy suit of armor, you look totally like a person from the street. Now, the disadvantage to that is that you only have 3 boxes to mark stuff with, whereas medium is 5, and I think heavy was 7. But marking something like my full plate of armor, it takes 2 boxes. It's heavy. So you could be like, yeah, I was light load. And you're like, I was wearing my full plate of armor the whole time. And it's like, wait, what? how is that? You pull out your like massive polearm weapon, your gigantic bazooka cannon. And you're like, wait a second. I thought you were dressed in civilian clothes and you didn't look any strange. Where did that come from? So that's what it talks about. Like when we talk about like the dissonance with the fiction. So here, if you're discreet, you don't get to choose heavy items. So it's discreet or conspicuous, but the difference besides just boxes is whether or not you can use those obviously crazily bulky, huge, standing out big weapons or big armor or something like that. If your scoundrel picks something up during a score, you count it as a marked load box. So those other people like, so what? I can't pick up stuff during the score. If you mark a 5th box when your character becomes conspicuous, even if they were discreet. Okay, I like that. Again, rules lawyers, this never mattered in my game because, if during the course of a score, somebody ends up picking up a massive, 2-handed rifle or something, or a mini cannon or something, I'm not going to be like, oh yeah, you look totally like you're still totally discreet and you're totally still just like look like a civilian. I'm like, no, obviously the fiction is going to reflect the fact that you're carrying around a fucking cannon. If you mark a 7th box, your character becomes encumbered and can no longer run, climb, swim unless they drop, and you can't carry more than 9. Okay. And then just again some rule changes. All right, advancement, slowing it down. Instead of using the current XP trackers on your playbook, draw a set of 4 6-segment advancement clocks. Do the same on the crew sheet. Whenever you would mark XP, tick one of these advancement clocks instead. To acquire an advancement, fill a number of advancement clocks as detailed below. When you gain the advancement, clear those clocks. If all of your clocks are filled and you need to mark XP, just make an additional clock to track it. Extra XP is never lost. So, okay. So if you want to get a new special ability from your playbook or crew sheet, you have to basically cash in 2 clocks, which would be 12 XP. And if you want to get the veteran special ability, so for those of you who don't know, when you get a new special ability from your playbook, it's like, taking a feat, basically, in D&D terms. Veteran lets you pick an ability from another class, another playbook. And so it's very powerful. But now here it costs more than just taking one from your own book. I like that. That's nice. A crew upgrade grade per box is 1, and an action or attribute is 1 to 4. So I'm assuming that if you want to get to that 4th dot, so to go from 2 dots to 3 dots, you need 3 clocks. And to go from 3 dots to 4 dots, you need another 4 clocks. That's a lot of XP. So that is a huge change. That is an absolutely huge change, because the real problem with Blades in the Dark from a longevity standpoint comes in when people start getting 3 dots and 4 dots. When you include the fact that people can help, that you can push, right, that you can take the devil's bargain to usually get anywhere from +1 to +2 dice. Once you're rolling 3 or 4 or 5 dice, your chances of rolling a 1, 2, or 3 are almost nothing. It's never 0, but it's damn near close to 0. And you're going to roll a lot of 6s, and you're going to roll a lot more 6s and crits, but you're also going to, never roll a 1, 2, 3. And that means your character is basically never going to fail. They might create complications along the way, but they're literally almost can't fail. Now, that's still probably okay. I mean, that's fine for the scoundrels to become kind of badasses at the end. But when that happens, your beep beep, your game was on life support, because it's very quickly going to become uninteresting, especially since the core element of Blades in the Dark is that your characters are struggling. They're scoundrels, right? And the way that the game ended up working is, I don't know if they probably still have this, but that happened. You would get 3 or 4 dots in an action rating, in several action ratings, long before you would ever get 30 stash or 40 stash. So it almost felt like the end game, potential end game of Blades in the Dark was sort of locked out by the mechanical limitation of just being too good too quick. Anyways, yeah, okay. So that's pretty cool. Oh. Attribute or action. Oh. So finesse, prowl, skirmish, wreck, those are actions. Prowess is an attribute. And one of the tips, one of my Blades in the Dark tips was, I would always tell people, let's take a look at this box here. And let's assume you didn't have this orange one, right? You didn't have this yet. You had 2 in prowl and 1 in skirmish. I used to tell people very quickly, get the first dot in finesse, get the first dot in wreck, because your prowess roll is the total number of dots that are in column 1. And that makes it easier for you to resist, which makes it cheaper. So it's one of the big problems that people have is when they have really shitty attributes. What they're saying is, while taking this first dot in finesse is just 1 rank in finesse, it's the 3rd dot of prowess, and so it still costs 3 full clocks. That is interesting. So you can't abuse that anymore, because if you wanted to get that 4th dot in wreck, it would cost you 4. That's very interesting. Yeah, that's going to really slow the game down a lot. Okay. All right. How does the Deep Cuts book say anything about landing gear? Well, I don't know. We'll see what they did. There is a revised action system, so we'll look into that. All right. this makes downtime activities diceless and detail. It changes the deals. Okay. First, each cohort heals 1 level of harm. These are like your NPC allies, basically. Cohorts are what those are. Then resolve fallout, payoff, entanglements, development, and heat and hold. Okay. So fallout. So normally, right, at the end of a score, we sort of figure out how much, what happened, right? Like, usually what bad stuff happened. What was the fallout from your score? If you left a trail of dead bodies and you blew up the headquarters of your rival, of a rival gang, there's going to be a lot of consequences of all of that. So we assess the fallout from the score in the form of faction status changes. In other words, if we, declared war on a enemy faction, we might go from like -1 to -3, and the amount of heat gained. So adjust the crew's status. Okay, so this gives us a table for status changing. So if the score hurt them, -1. If the score was a major problem for the faction, -2. Set the status to -3 if the crew initiated war with a faction. And by the way, just playing this faction game, you don't have to pick every faction in the fucking book. Just pick 3 to 7. You can start off with 3 and then expand it to 5 and then like 7. I think 7 is like the max you would ever really want to do. Just considering how factions are affected by what the group decides to do, and then just ticking up the status or ticking it down is enough to create a completely vibrant, sandboxy Duskfall. It's pretty cool. All right, so base heat. So before, heat was pretty much entirely based off of how low or high profile was your crime. This gives you more heat if your crew is a higher tier. What it basically means is, as your crew gets more renowned, right? When the crew tier is basically what level is your gang. So when you're starting off the game, you're tier 0. So nobody notices when you do crime because you're nobodies. But once you're like the gang of Crowsfoot, after you're well known, you're the people who took out the lamplighters and you're the people who took out the red sashes, right? Or the lamp blacks or whatever they're called. Then suddenly when you go and do any sort of crime, it's a lot harder to cover that up, Yeah, high-level crooks get high-level cops. So this is a great change. But also, it's great because it means as your crew becomes, quote-unquote, higher level, it's harder to go incognito and more problems are going to come up for you. And it's going to be harder for you to avoid the fallout from it. You don't have that power of anonymity anymore. Death, much higher. This used to be 3, now it's, or 2 or 3, now it's 4. 2 or 4 for witnesses, chaos. So it sounds like they're doing a lot more. So normally this would be a shitload of heat. I mean, I don't know if they changed the heat chart, but that's a lot of heat. So it looks like they want to make heat bigger. So after you're done, payoff. Oh, yes. This is nice. So one of the constant complaints that happens a lot in this game is it's hard to get coin. One of the things I've always done in my Blades in the Dark games is I always gave out a lot of coin. And I would also let like my group, like I would let them get stash, not coin, but I would let them get stash from just like their ongoing criminal activities like the rest of their gang was doing. And you can convert stash into coin. But a lot of people, I've seen many people say that the group they didn't give enough coin. So you get 1 coin per PC plus coin equal to the target's tier times 3. So if you go up against a high tier, tier 3, you're going to get 9 bonus coin plus 1 coin. Everybody gets 1 plus 9. That's pretty cool. So you get kind of rewarded for taking on a higher tier. Plus you get 1 rep for every 2 heat. Oh, that's cool. It ties heat to rep. That's awesome. So, in other words, if you did super low profile and nobody knew about it and you didn't generate any heat, right? It's clandestine, then why would your reputation go up, right? Take plus 4 coin if you seize a load of cash. Very valuable stolen items can be fenced for 2 to 8 coin, but you take 1 heat for every 4 value. Oh, this is great. This is fantastic. It's a way to put more money into the hands of the party, which is a good thing. Mostly because a lot of people get frustrated with like, oh, I only get 2 downtime actions. Well, but the truth is that's true, but you can buy an extra downtime action for 1 coin or 1 rep. And nobody really likes to lower their rep. So giving the players more coin is giving them this interesting choice. Now they have this fun resource that they can use to, invest in their stash and try to, save for the retirement, so to speak. Or they can spend that coin, more than likely, because they're scoundrels, right? So you kind of get a lot of money, spend a lot of money, right? And that gives you ability to make a lot more downtime actions, which is really, really cool. And if you're tier 2 or lower, you have to pay a tithe to your ward boss. Yep, okay, equal to 1 coin. Yeah, that's kind of still the same. Let's see, you can, in addition to the crew's vaults and the scoundrel stashes, so the crew's vault is like a holding place for the extra money, and your stash is like where you convert coin into non-liquid assets. You can deposit coin in a bank, all right? So this is just a way that you can store it, because now that you're getting all this coin, by default, scoundrels really can't hold that much coin, so this kind of gives you a way to maybe be able to store more coin. But, it introduces the narrative problem of maybe somebody robs you. All right. If the crew's heat is 6+, or when the fiction demands, nice little addition there, that wasn't in the core book, the GM brings an entanglement into play. When the crew gains a wanted level, mark crew XP. Nice. So again, when something bad happens to you, here's an XP. Don't feel as bad about it. And pick blue coats as the entanglement. All right. Severe beatings. I love it. And you can still bribe off your blue coats, and we still have devilry, favor, flipped, rascals. Okay. So that's cool. Instead of spending a lump sum of coin to rise in tier, you invest in crew upgrades over time to improve. These cost coin instead of crew advances. Okay, interesting. Okay. All right, cohorts don't cost coin, they cost advances because it requires time, not money. All right, to advance your crew tier, you need to have a rep track is full, including reduction from turf. You have a stronghold. That's a new thing. On your current, stronghold versus weak hold. Yeah, okay, that's the same thing. Okay, strong versus weak. And you possess it right now. Okay, nothing's really that different here. You do need a lot more upgrades to get your tier up. So, it's also nice that they make you have to have cohorts. I like that. It never, the whole idea here is you are becoming the leaders of a criminal organization. And if you don't have cohorts, it's just the party. And I think the faction play, having the cohorts, is a fun part of Blaze in the Dark. And as your cohorts can cause a lot of trouble for you, and they can also be a great resource for you. So it's good stuff. You can bribe people's status, and then all right. That's all okay. At the beginning of the scoundrel phase, for each character, restore your armor and special armor. Remove all level 1 harm. If you have a safe place to rest, add 1 tick to your healing clock. The rest of downtime consists of vice and activities. Each player can do these in any order. Each pursuit. Look at that. They've made... John, you're so smart. Vice no longer takes an action. It takes coin. Now, I've said before that players should not be in a rush to clear all their stress. That's fair. And because, again, but the fact of the matter is, if your stress level's high, you're going to want to spend one of your things on Vice. So now you can just do it for 1 coin. If your stress level was 6 or more, you overindulge. Your character suffers a complication depending on your role on the table below. Interesting. So they got rid of the roll. So Vice just, so your Vice just clears your stress out completely. And it's only if you let your stress level get to 6 or more that you overindulge. And then you make a roll and we see what happens. And only if you roll a 6 do you get wasted and cost you a downtime activation. But you can also choose to be lost to your Vice instead of overindulging. And then you have to play a different character until this one returns. This is a very big change to the game. I think YouTube moderated this one, GM Scott, but it came through on my other app. Interesting. This is probably the biggest change to the whole game. I'd have to really think about this. Yeah. This is very different. Okay. This is one of my favorite ones, by the way. This from the core game. You may go into debt with the provider if they agree. Note the initial coin you owe. Make a forced segment. Okay, so this is just like a rules for like, hey, if you owe money and you don't have money, you can go into debt. And it's kind of like, again, I used to do this anyways. Like I think a lot of GMs did. But so I mean, again, John basically said like this is best practices, and I'm sure some of this is stuff that he just naturally came up with, and is sort of just giving you this advice as well. All right, so now Vice isn't one of them, so we can still. Okay, we can acquire. We can recover, we can train, and we can work. If you have level 3 harm, you must use at least 1 to recover. Each scoundrel may prefer 2 free activities, and additional ones still cost 1 coin and 1 rep. But again, in my experience from those tier rules, you'll probably have access to more coin. I mean, think about it this way. Let's say you're a tier... hey, tip. What's up, GM Scott?
GM Scott tipped $5. It seems like much of this could apply directly to SNV, but I have 0 experience running or playing Bitdoor SNV. What are your thoughts?
Yeah. This absolutely could apply to Scum and Villainy. I mean, Scum and Villainy's, got a couple different rules, but most of the stuff that this is addressing would also work in Scum and Villainy. I don't necessarily, I mean, I'm not trying to say that they're better. I still need to wrap my head around it. But, I know we were just talking about stress and vice and stuff the other day, GM Scott. So this vice rule here change really changes the tone on stress, because now, I mean, spending a coin is not nothing. But remember, every score, you're going to get 1 coin at least. So, and you could even potentially go into debt. So this means that now you don't really have to make that hard of a decision. I mean, it's still a decision, and it's still a resource cost. It's not free. But what this is interesting is if you're playing a mission, the default assumption now is probably going to be that you're going to clear your stress. I mean, but what's interesting about this now is if somebody's at 3 stress or 4 stress or something like that, or they might spend some more stress. But now, if you're at 5 stress, and if you spend more stress, you're going to go to 6. Once you're at 6, you're going to want to clear your stress because you're basically maxed out. But that is going to automatically cause either overindulgence or getting lost. So that puts more of the control about, do you want to do this in the hands of the player. Whereas before, overindulgence was random and it could sometimes feel punishing. This I think is designed to remove that. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but it is a thing. But I think some of this stuff could work here really well. All right. So acquire. Right, same thing. You can acquire temporary items, services, vehicles, crew cohorts for the crew. Yep. Make a 4-segment supply clerk for the acquisition to be teched each time. Pay 1 coin for every level. Pay plus 1 coin. Okay, so now you have to buy it. All right, that's cool. So before, this was a check, and it was weird, and no one ever used it. I'll be honest with you. Acquire was like the least used thing ever. Now you get a 4-segment, so you can use it multiple times. And you can actually get a decent quality thing, because the quality sucked because of the way that the rule worked. It was always just shit unless you were good, and then why would you need somebody else's quality? Play 1. So this is good. This is nice. And the whole crew gets access to this. Fantastic. Yep. You may acquire a personal item in the same manner, comparing its quality to your lifestyle rating. Okay. Nice. Supply clocks can be useful for a lot of applications, such as a stockpile of illicit products for a hawker crew to distribute. And we basically did that when my last Blaze in the Dark crew campaign was a group of hawkers who sold drugs. So they made the drugs and then they sold them as well. So they were the maker. It was basically Breaking Bad, the Blaze in the Dark version. So very cool. And you can use it for dwindling positions or use it for favor. I mean, the idea is that these ideas of clocks are very usable otherwise. All right, when you recover in a safe location, before you had this bullshit healing clock and you had to roll on it. So not only was it like a clock, but you had to roll on it. And then if you didn't roll well enough, you didn't get a lot of ticks. And then if you took any damage, your clock reset. All right. When you recover in a safe location, you gain ticks on your healing clock equal to your crew's tier +1. Automatically. No roll. When your healing clock fills, Reduce each instance of harm you have by 1 level. When you remove all harm, clear your healing clock. If you engage the services of a physician, they remove an instance of harm with a level equal to or less than their quality. Got it. For each coin you pay, increase their quality by 1 for more extensive care. So basically you can pay. But you can now go to the hospital. Use this activity to stay in a private hospital. There are no public hospitals. Remove all of your harm and choose 1 heat, 2 coin, or 3 coin. Nice. So this is them trying to basically say, if you're willing to pay, we can remove all your harm. But it's going to cost you. So this gives the players more ability to sort of instantly recover. And I'll be honest with you, when we played Scum and Villainy, I think that my players really did struggle with that. That's how I ended up. I didn't change the vice rules. Actually, that's not true. I did change the vice rules. I made it so that if you were rolling 2 dice for your vice, I let you pick which die you were going to use. Right? No, overindulgence is not random, Torin, according to these rules. Instead, what happens is random, Torin. So after let's imagine the heist was over, right? The score is over. We have 5 stress. So we spend 1 coin, we clear all of our stress, and if our stress level was 6 or more, we overindulge. Our stress was 5, so we don't overindulge. If our stress was 4, we don't overindulge. If our stress was 3, we don't overindulge. Now, if our stress was like 1 or 2, are we really going to waste a coin just to cure 1 or 2 stress? Maybe, but we're not really getting the most bang for our buck, right? So when you're on a score, if you let your stress get up to 6 or more, then you know that when you do go to cure it with a vice, with a coin, you're going to overindulge. And then we roll on this table. So the outcome is random, but whether or not you are going to overindulge used to be like, because you didn't know how much stress you were going to cure. And if you cured more stress than you had, that's when you overindulged. This basically says if you're at 5 or less stress when you indulge your vice, it does not overindulge. If you're at 6 or more stress, then you automatically overindulge. And what happens is random. So, oh, absolutely. Absolutely, GM Scott. It's just giving you more options here. And then use this activity to spend XP to get an advance. Oh, you don't advance instantly as in standard blades. Interesting. So train used to let you mark XP. That's interesting. So it doesn't do that anymore. So this all tied into the whole, this thing is slowed down. Interesting. And you don't advance instantaneously. You have to use a downtime action. And you have to describe a training montage. You can acquire an instructor if you don't already have one. You can also choose this activity to act as an instructor in an area of your expertise. Okay, so you... interesting. This is better. Training was very... don't get me wrong. I had good players, and by the most part, they would take, they'd acquire assets and work on long-term projects and stuff. But you always had the people who just go, I just want to train. Train. All right. Work. Awesome. Accomplish a simple project or work on a side job to earn 1 quick coin. You ask your GM if you could charge more from your work, especially if you work for a high... Yes, I did this anyways. I did this all the time. Like when we were playing Scum and Villainy, where you use cred instead of coin, if... like the pilot, like between big jobs, right? Like the pilot might be like, hey, I don't really need to use my downtime action for anything. Like, can I just basically go Uber, like the equivalent of like, can I Uber, and I was like, yeah, absolutely. I'll be like, yeah, you earn, you can earn 2 cred. And he'd be like, cool, and he would just go and do this kind of like side hustle. When you're 9 to 5, when you're not doing crime. For a long-term project, make it an 8-segment clock. When you spend activity, mark number of talks equal to your action rating. Add +1 tick if you have a workshop or other special advantages. Elaborate projects still require multiple blocks to complete. So this basically just says long-term projects are always 8, which is fine. It's kind of what I usually used anyways. And if something really needs to be complex, then you make it 2 clocks and then that's 16. It's weird that I guess it's just like, it's unnecessary mental unburden. Should this be a 6? Should this be a 10? Should this be I like that there seems to be sort of Well, I guess there was 1 6, but a lot of things now seem to be 4 or 8 clocks. Players always tried to cheat the train. Yes, I mean I always had one player that would always try to cheese the train. And yes, Derek, the way they would do it is by taking the crew perk to get the bonus XP and then blah, 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 blah. Here we go. Training upgrades. So this is what we were talking about. This is what Derek Rawlings was just talking about. So if you get the training upgrade, you always have access to a veteran instructor, quality rating 3 in that area of expertise. Mastery gives you a quality 4 instructor and unlocks rating 4 actions. When you advance with one of these instructors, mark crew XP. Okay, so basically it lets you train where you otherwise wouldn't. Otherwise, you're going to have to find the instructor. It gives you a quality rating 3 and then a quality rating 4. It still unlocks the 4th level. And when you take an advancement, you get to mark experience points for the crew. So that's fine. By the way, another example here of them giving you more coins. So vaults, which is an upgrade that you can get for your crew, right? You know, bigger, better vaults, bigger, better safes. They're saying now they can hold 8 coins. The second can hold 12. So they want you to have more money now, which makes sense. All right. This is the last thing. Action. This module overhauls the action system of the game, aka the core heart of the game, to make it faster or more flexible by introducing the threat roll, which replaces the action roll and modifies Devil's Bargain, resistance gathering information, and teamwork. This is basically a fucking rewrite of the game. Holy shit. Well, before I go into this, I'm trying to think, what would he have done? So just by that description here, I'm just trying to figure out what he did and why he did it. Huh. All right. All right, John, I'm ready to be impressed. Oh, you know what? This whole time, I've been just so unprofessional. I've been over here. We've been in the PDF, and I have not had my blue screen or my green screen up. Oh, look at me. I'm terrible. All right, I'm ready for this. He made it 5e compatible. Yes. John Harper decided he finally needed to make a lot of money. Okay, overview.
GM Scott tipped $10. Cheers. Glad I didn't tip for a first look.
We're here anyway. It's GM Scott, buddy. Is this stream going all the way to 2 a.m. number 2? Proxy Bean, well, you know what? We'll find out. If people are here and they're asking interesting questions and we're having a good conversation, then yeah, we'll hang out. If everybody says I'm tired, I'm going to bed, and there's nobody left, yeah, sure. There's no fixed end date. How about we put that? All right. All right. The threat roll is an evolution of the common risky standard action roll. Okay. So, right, default, we have position and effect. We have controlled, risky, desperate, and then we have the level of the effect, right? We can have limited effect, standard effect, or great effect. It emphasizes how the scoundrels avoid the dangers they face during a score, rather than focusing on the success or failure of their actions. Okay, so let's recontextualize this. So the idea here now is when you go on a score, you're going to be you're going to be faced with a series of dangers and challenges. This is kind of recontextualizing the action roll. And instead of getting like, did you succeed? Did you fail? Did you succeed or fail? It's more of like, you got past the danger, right? Because it emphasizes how you avoid the danger you face the score. So it kind of takes this idea, completely departing from this idea of binary success fail. I mean, obviously, Blades of the Dark had 4 5s, which was this idea of the thing. But now it removes that context. And it says your success, well, we'll see. All right. When you make a threat roll, the GM describes a bad consequence that's about to happen, and you take action to avoid it. This way, everyone... All right, if you watch this channel, I talk about this all the time, where I talk about letting the danger loom over the players. right? I even talk about sometimes how I think it's more interesting to roll the damage roll in D&D, like Pathfinder, D&D, rolling the damage roll first. So everybody knows like, oh, this is a big hit. This is 12 damage. That's going to knock my character unconscious. And giving the players the ability to say like, okay, so what do you want to do about it? So I love this. This is I think this is much cooler. So I describe a bad contract. That way everyone, the GM describes a bad consequence that's about to happen, and you take action to avoid it. And Brayflox says, so it does cover landing gear then. Brayflox, it does cover landing gear. Absolutely right. Derek, Mr. Rawlings says, get ready for this. I'm glad Derek is sitting down. Okay. I'm not claiming it was me that got this first look come up, but I'm going to revel in feeling powerful because it's happening. Well, yeah, I mean, listen. It was a group communal effort, but it also didn't take too much to push me to buy this because, whatever. All right, I'm almost done with this pour. It's my last pour of the night. After this, it's just water. All right, that's fair enough. Again, I could dive right into the mechanics, but I'm trying to figure out like how is this going to make the game feel differently, right? Like how is this going to can recontextualize things? Okay, when you make a threat roll, the GM describes a bad consequence that's about to happen, and you take action to avoid it. This way, everyone knows the possible outcome before the roll. You don't have to create a new complication because someone rolled a 4-5. The risk reward is established up front. Now, we've talked about this before on this channel, and I have said that a lot of times people get into trouble because they make someone roll, and then they roll a 1, 2, or 3, or a 4, 5, and people go, oh, I don't know what happened to you. And then people go, well, if I had known that was going to happen to me, I would have done something different. And we always said you should very clearly establish what is at risk for this event. And interestingly, additionally, this is what caused the landing gear debacle. It was that mixed expectations. Now, to be completely fair, though, when a bad consequence did happen, the players could still resist it. So we'll see how this changes. Frosty, take care, buddy. Have fun in the non-daylight savings time tomorrow. Thanks for stopping by, Frosty. The day that we start talking about whatever it's Chronicles Darkness or whatever, that'll be a hell of a day, Mr. Williams. Okay, sorry. So anyways, everyone gets very clearly communicated. This is what could happen if you fail or roll low. To get a bonus die, you can suggest an additional threat. This is similar to how Devil's Bargain works in Standard Blades, gaining a bonus by getting into more trouble. After you make the roll, you assign a die result to each threat. So if you roll one good result, you get to choose which one to avoid and which one to suffer. Ooh, putting them on the cross, making them make tough choices. You roll a 6 and a 3 on a Devil's Bargain. Which one do you put the 6 to? There's 2 different threats now. Interesting. Okay. Position and effect are assumed to be risky standard for threat rolls. You only need to evaluate other positions or effect levels as an option in special cases. Okay, so by default, the threat roll is always risky standard. So does this mean we're getting rid of position and effect? Okay. In this module, a Devil's Bargain can be made in any situation, not just when a player is making a roll. The GM can offer a player a bargain to achieve a goal by proposing a cost to pay, like coin, heat, or stress, or by introducing a threat the scoundrel must face. Again, this is basically giving the GM the ability to sort of, bribe you, right? With a threat. The push mechanic and resistance roll are now combined. Okay, so push yourself, by the way, lets you either add an additional die, or you can push for effect and push for effect, or you can, and resistance roll lets you avoid the consequences. Okay. When you push yourself, you make an attribute roll and suffer 0 to 3 stress depending on the result. You can do this to reduce the consequences from a threat, even after a roll, increase the effect of an action, or activate a special ability. Okay. So pushing yourself used to just be a flat stress cost. Now there's a roll involved. It feels like that's extra rolling. Because now, like, if we're pushing ourselves before we make a so now we're making a threat roll, and then we're making a attribute roll. I don't know. I don't know that I like rolling twice. I mean, if a resistance roll was twice too, but pushing yourself is kind of weird. I don't know. When you face a negative consequence from a dangerous opponent, that was just the introduction to the rule. So here's the actual rule. When you face a negative consequence from a dangerous opponent or challenging situation, make a threat roll to see if you can avoid it. To make a threat roll, roll 1 die for each dot in the action you're using, plus any bonus die you have. Take the highest result. 6, you avoid the threat. 4 to 5, peril. Suffer a reduced consequence or push yourself to avoid the threat. 1 to 3. Threat. You suffer the consequence. If you push yourself, reduce the consequence. If you're facing multiple threats at once, add 1 die to your pool for every additional threat. Okay. Then assign a die result to each one. So Oscar Skurlock is dragging a vengeful ghost into a spirit bottle with his lightning hook. The GM describes 2 threats. Electroplasmic energy backlash from the ghost, which is threatening harm 2, and getting attention from the spirit wardens, 2 ticks on their alert clock. Oscar rolls 4 dice. They have 3 dice in their attune action, and they have 1 die additional because they're facing 2 threats. They get a 6, 4, 4, 2. They assign the 6 to the energy backlash effect, and they avoid it completely. And he assigns a 4 to the spirit warden threat. So that means we suffer a reduced consequence or push ourselves. So he suffers a reduced consequence instead of 2 ticks, 1 tick, or they may push themselves to avoid it entirely. Okay. To initiate a threat roll, the GM describes a bad consequence that's about to happen, and you narrate your scoundrel's response. Malira suddenly draws her blade in the blink of an eye. She might cut you down before you can react. I lunge forward as she draws and try to wrestle her to the floor before she can get her sword out. If your scoundrel's action initiates the threat, the GM first describes your effect and then defines the possible bad consequence so you know that the risk reward before you roll. So you're sneaking to the manor through the skylight, but you might draw the attention of the guards. You search the office to find the hidden files, but the servants might catch you in the act. You disable the complicated Sparkcraft alarm, but you might break your tinkering tools. You pummel the blue coat and knock him out. But during the first fight, you might take a bad hit. Based on the description of your scoundrel's response to the threat, the GM proposes an action for the roll. If it doesn't fit your idea, describe the action in more detail. If your group can't agree, the player has the final call on which action rating to roll. In some cases, you might use other ratings, such as a crew tier or lifestyle. The GM can add additional threats depending on the situation, including threats from the environment, NPC strength, or supernatural effects. Additional threats essentially act as a bonus dice to your roll. You have to assign a result to them, so you're in more danger, but by adding more dice, you're more likely to avoid any single threat. If you're facing a really bad consequence, suggest possible additional threats to the DM just to increase your dice pool. Okay, so that's interesting. There's a mechanic there, right? If you need more dice, you can just add a bunch of threats. That way you can take the minor ones, but make sure you have a 6 to get rid of the bad one. When you suffer a consequence, you can choose to push yourself. We used to just call this the resistance roll, to avoid it or reduce it. When you push yourself, you may roll using an attribute that can correspond to the type of consequences, just like a resistance roll in Standard Blades. Except now, in the resistance roll used to be 0 to technically it was 0 to 6. The old resistance roll was 0 to 6 stress, which is 0 to 5 stress. It was a lot. Now the most you can take is 3. And oftentimes you're going to be taking like 2 or 1. So now it is less. It costs less stress probably most of the time, to resist by pushing yourself. You can even ask the GM what the reduced consequence will be before you make the commit to roll. All right. Let's see here. When a consequence is like a numerical, like gaining heat or ticking a clock. So as a suggestion to our GMs out there, make sure that, if you're going to gain heat or tick a clock, you always make it like 2, because that way if it gets reduced, you can just say, and it's just 1. So reducing consequence simply means lowering the cost. But if it's a narrative threat, in other words, it's a qualitative, not a quantitative threat that's going to happen, requires some nuance to interpret what that means, right? This comes with practice, but the table of effect and consequences on page 97 will help you get started. So basically, if like the idea is like, if it's not numerical, instead you're like, she'll never trust you again. That's the consequence. And you're like, okay, can I reduce the effect of it? And it's like, all right, what does that mean? It's like, okay, how about this? She's just really mad at you. And so you kind of have to be a little bit more nuanced here. Oh, it keeps going here. Okay. Gaining edge. When you roll more than 1 6, you gain an edge. So before, this used to be a critical success. But remember, before we were like focused on what our characters were doing. Now we're just focused on avoiding the consequence. Because remember, if we get a 6, we just do the thing that we just avoid the threat. So if we roll a double 6, you gain an edge, which represents a spark of luck or tenacity. You can spend the edge right away to add greater effect to your action, or you can carry it forward to use as a bonus die on your future roll. Wow, this really sounds like Boost from Fate. If you're in a position to help a teammate, you can spend an edge on their roll. Any remaining edge you have is lost when downtime starts. Most of the time, a standard threat roll is all you need to resolve a dangerous situation. How there's a few special cases that might tweak the mechanic. Controlled position. If a scoundrel is ever in a position where there's no impeding danger, don't call for a threat roll. Just describe what they're able to accomplish without taking a risk or paying a cost. If they want to achieve more, they can make a devil's bargain to do it. If you're in a desperate position, if you're outnumbered, outclassed, or badly impaired, you need to make a desperate roll to avoid the threat. A desperate roll is all or nothing. 6 is a success, but a 5 or less is a threat result. You suffer the consequence. Interesting. And you still get to mark XP when you make a desperate roll. I don't know how I feel about this. I actually really don't know how I feel about this. Fictional positioning, character abilities can mitigate desperate scoundrels. If scoundrel has fictional positioning and character abilities can mitigate desperate threats. If a scoundrel has a rifle and time to fire and reload before the 3 enforcer can reach him, or if they're not to be trifled with, facing 3 enemies at once wouldn't be desperate. It's just a standard threat roll. When you call for a desperate roll, ask the player if they want to carry on with their course of action or try a different way. A clever flashback, a cunning maneuver, or help from a teammate might be enough to improve their position. Sometimes it might make sense to make an attribute rating for a threat roll. You can roll tier or lifestyle rating. A threat roll usually just resolves the consequences of a threat. It doesn't bear on the effect of the scoundrel's own action. However, sometimes the success of an action seems unlikely or especially difficult. In this case, the GM can introduce the threat of failure. So again, this recontextualizes it and basically says you always succeed because you're a scoundrel. The question is, will you avoid the threat? Right? That's what it's basically saying. Like it takes the old paradigm and shifts it to the default assumption is that your character is going to succeed at what they're doing. The question is, will they avoid the consequences of the threat? Right? There's got to be something that's opposing you. There's got to be something that's could be a problem for you. There's got to be something that is in your way, a dilemma. Otherwise, you'd be in a controlled position. And as the game says, we don't have to roll. You can just get what you want and it's done, right? It removes that threat. However, if something's really difficult, we essentially still want to see if your character actually succeeds. In other words, we could still remove, or rather, we can still have this idea, will our character succeed? But instead, the threat is failure. right? But otherwise, we don't assume that the threat is failure. The threat is, you know, the guards notice you, or the guards, bust in and notice you, or the electroplasmic trap goes off, or whatever. But the idea of, is my character going to be able to, break into the safe? Yes. Like we are removing this idea that you won't break into the safe. You're a scoundrel, you're going to accomplish it, but can you avoid the threat? But if we feel like that success isn't particularly likely, or if it's really difficult, we can introduce this idea of, but maybe you fail. If you assign a 4 or 5 to a failure threat, your character's action has reduced effect or otherwise doesn't go as you hoped. And on a 1 to 3, the action fails. You can push yourself to improve the outcome as usual. So this was the example I was going to give, was like, the long range sniper shot. And that's literally the first, because that came up in my campaign. This is a very long shot against a very tiny target. You're not in danger, right? You're hundreds of yards away, well ensconced in a, clock watchtower. But I'm adding the threat of failure. You might miss. And since you're no kind of sharpshooter, I think it's a desperate roll too. Interesting. Damn, I got a 4. Now remember, in this new world, on a desperate roll, only a 6 succeeds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is the threat comes true. In this case, the threat is failure. You missed. So they rolled a 4, which means they missed. So if I push myself to reduce the consequence, what happens? Let's say you managed to land the shot, but not as well as you hoped. You hit him in the arm, not the chest. Okay, I'll do it. This bastard doesn't get away scot-free. Interesting. 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 Now this is a deep cut. I mean, I'm sorry if you're not following. I mean, this is like some serious like kung fu tai chi on the whole paradigm of Blades in the Dark. This is very interesting, and I apologize if you're not super well versed in Blades in the Dark. This might not make any sense to you, but it does feel like there's a lot more steps. It does feel slower. It does feel slower. Rolling for the push introduces reintroduces uncertainty around stress and overindulging. Nate, that is a good point. That is a great point, because when I was talking before about how, well, you'll just stop spending stress once you get to 5, because stress spends used to be, right, defined values. I'm going to spend 1 stress. I'm going to spend 2 stress. So you would know, okay, I'm not. But now that when you push for resistance and for pushing for effect or whatever, it's random. You might take 3 stress or 2 stress if you roll a really bad roll, and that might push you over into 6, which would then cause the overindulgence. Nate, that's a good observation. Good observation, yeah. Okay. So we still have effect. Effect and consequence are categorized into 4 levels of impact. Effect and consequence, okay, are limited, standard, great, and extreme. That's normal. Harm levels, for example, are an easy way to show this context. Limited, 1. Standard, 2. Great, 3. And extreme harm, level 4, is fatal. Any kind of effect, remember, effect is what you accomplish or what you are doing, or consequence can be conceived in this way, not just numerical ones. When the blue coats are closing in, how intense is it? Are they still searching for the scoundrels? Limited. Or are they pursuing them? Standard. Do the cops have them cornered? Great. Or are the scoundrels actually getting captured? Extreme. A table of example effects and consequences of all kinds, organized by level, is provided on the next page. The crew is negotiating for turf with the billhooks, who are higher tier and more respected, so the threat is great. They might be unreasonable in the bargain. If the effect is reduced, the GM could choose demanding instead of unreasonable. The billhooks insist on a trade that favors them a bit, but nothing beyond reason. Opponents who are closely matched usually have standard effect. If a typical scoundrel fights a typical blue coat, they probably threaten each other with level 2 harm. But you could take a bigger risk to have a greater effect. The player could say they're going all in, fighting their hardest to do harm 3 to the blue coat and risking harm 3 in return. They might go the other way, just a mild tussle, so give and take 1. But if you're not matched, then it could be not right balanced. It could be 3 versus 1 or 4 versus 1. Huh. Interesting. Well, you know, this is something that a lot of people have asked for before. Like, can you give me an example, like with words, of what these effects look like? So the standard is, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4 ticks, 1, 2, 3, 4 harm, right? Most people cover that pretty thing. But here's just, you know, these sort of adjective ladders. You know, the door, you know, the wagon becomes battered. The wagon becomes damaged. You know, or the ship becomes battered. The ship becomes damaged. The ship becomes broken. The ship becomes destroyed, right? So it's a way to kind of start to learn to kind of contextualize these scales for people who have a hard time with that. And I'm not saying that this would even be kind of helpful for even someone like me. When a scoundrel wants something and they can't simply achieve it, offer them a devil's bargain to get it by telling them the cost to get what they want or a threat they need to face. You can mark stress, spend coin, lose an item, lose rep, lose status, take heat, suffer harm, take a clock. Offer a cost to skip past troubles without spending a lot of time and attention to the table. Pay the cost and move on. Yeah, you could pry the window open and sneak in. Simple enough, but there's a bit of noise. I'll tick the alert clock. You know what this is? You know what this is? You know what this is? It's a GM move. This is a GM move. This is tell them the consequences and ask. This is Harper kind of, in some ways he's adding back in some of the narrative GM elements that were sort of missing, or rather that kind of got removed from Blades in the Dark, from like a Powered by the Apocalypse situation, because this is literally a version of GM move, right? Tell them the consequences and ask, or tell them the cost and ask. So somebody says something and you're like, well, look, this isn't triggering a move, so I'll just tell you what the cost is and then ask if you want to do it. And I mean, the cost might be nothing, but I might just say, yeah, you can pry the window open and simple enough, but I'll tick the alert clock. And by the way, that's either the cost or a threat. If a player doesn't agree to the cost, they can instead ask the GM if they want to face a threat or undertake some other course of action to get what they want. When you offer a stress cost, you can simply name the number, 1 or 2, or ask the scoundrels to push themselves to do it. Wow. Offer a threat if you want to increase engagement and attention, right? So offer them a cost if you want it to be quick and simple and easy, but you don't want to give them a free handout, right? Yes, this should be a cost. This should matter, but let's just pay it and go on. I don't want to focus on it. On the other hand, we offer them a threat if we want to increase engagement and attention. This is going to lead to a threat roll. We're going to push. We might include teamwork. If a player doesn't want to face the threat, you can ask them to revise the action so they have to try a different way. So you can see here sort of the back and forth. So the GM says, you can steal the documents from Slane's office, but he has good security. You might get caught in the act. So he's saying that's a threat. Maybe I can convince one of his men just to grab it for me. Yeah, you could sway them or command one of them, but he might panic and tell Slane. That's also the threat. That you're behind the threat when it's noticed. Or you can just pay him 2 coin and that'll settle it, which is offering an alternative cost, right? So it's roll or cost, your choice. We know that we can add additional threats by asking for a devil's bargain in the middle of it by +1. The usage of the devil's bargain is similar to the system in Standard Blades. The players get a bonus die in exchange for additional consequences. The difference now is we have to assign, instead of like all or one, we have to assign different dice to it, which is kind of a cool mechanic. I mean, it's an interesting way to use more of your dice. The devil is watching. This form of devil's bargain, unlike the one in Standard Blades, can be used at any time, not just when you make rolls, right? So again, this is giving the GM the ability to essentially make GM moves. It's the GM's job to listen for times when a scoundrel's actions and goals warrant a cost or lead them into the path of a threat. Players can speak for the devil, suggesting bargains for their own scoundrels or other characters, especially in dangerous situations. It might be fun for the players to suggest threats for each other, effectively giving each other bonus dice by raising the stakes. Hey, you're using your lightning hook next to a tank of electroplasm, right? Seems dangerous. Seems like a tank might rupture and explode. My group would have fun with that. On the flip side, a player might propose a cost to a devil's bargain just to quickly resolve it because we're not really interested and we don't want to play it out. Hey, we don't have a lot of time left in the session tonight. Can we just say the blue coats hassle us for a bit? We each take 1 stress and leave us alone. I want to be focused on the main part of the score and try to wrap that up tonight. Popple. That's very cool. No, I like the gather information mechanic. I mean, I don't have to use this, obviously. With this module, the act of gathering information is folded into the usual procedures of play rather than having its own mechanic. When a player wants to know something about the world around them, tell them what's obvious to them, including what they know, what they intuit, and what they suspect, based on their background, character, heritage, etc. If there's more to discover, ask them if they want to know more, and what their character does to find out. Based on their approach, choose either a devil's bargain, aka a cost or a threat, give them a lead, or ask them to start a long-term project. Okay, so, I mean, well, we'll get into this here. Cost. She'll tell you whatever you want to know for the right price. 2 coin will do it. You can beat the tar out of everybody, and he tells you everything, but there are witnesses around. Take 1 heat. Or you can do a threat. You know, the guard, the bank is patrolled by elite guards. They might notice that you're snooping around. If the information is especially protected or concealed, the threat of failure might come into play, but use it sparingly. One of the things I loved about the Blades is that it was really basically impossible to fail a gather information roll. It's one of the things I've talked about many times about what I liked about this. Give the player a lead when they're not in a position to gather the information yet, but there's a person, place, or thing in the world that can give them that opportunity. You don't know anything about the permits and licenses that you need to acquire or fake to get started on this scam, but your friend Petra works in the city record archives. She probably knows a lot about this stuff. Okay. Oh, these are new teamwork rules. I also love the teamwork. The group action rule was one of my favorite things about Blade. All right, so assist is if the old you could take a consequence for somebody. If you're in a position to assist a teammate, protect them, or do something to better set up their action, tell the GM what benefit you're hoping for and say what you're doing to help. Benefits include giving them a bonus to their die roll, improving their effect or their position, reducing the severity of a consequence, or giving them more details when they gather information. The GM has the final say on what benefit you get. Then they either say you accomplish it, tell you what you need to do to get into a position first, or offer you a devil's bargain, pay a cost, or face a threat. As the spirit begins to possess Arcee, I grab her hands in mine and shout over the howling wind and horrible shrieks of the ghost, "Arcee, don't lose yourself, I love you!" Can that improve her position from desperate to risky? Yeah, cool, but you'll need to push yourself to do it, though. Okay. So again, they'll either tell you what you need to do to get into position first. Oh, well, they will either say you accomplish it, tell you what you need to do to get into position first, or offer you devil's bargain. So you can just say, "Yep, you do it," or "Nope, first you have to do this thing," or they'll say, "Here's the threat, here's the cost." You can also help another player by giving them that edge thing that was from earlier when you double sixes. To cover for someone, describe the action you take so your teammate doesn't have to face a particular threat. The GM either says you accomplish it, tells you what you need to get into position first, or offers you a devil's bargain. Okay. If you're already in danger and making a threat roll, covering for someone adds an additional threat to your roll. And lastly, we have coordinate. Coordinate is 2 ways. Group action and divide and conquer. Ooh, interesting. Okay. When the team coordinates, designate a leader, they can push themselves on behalf of any other character who's acting with the team, in addition to the scoundrels pushing themselves. If everyone faces the same threat, each player rolls to see how much the threat affects their scoundrel individually. So now everybody gets to roll. You're all prowling past the guards to get deeper into the factory. The threat for each of you is 2 ticks on the alert clock. Okay, make your threat rolls and let's see who's facing the consequences. A benefit from a group action is sometimes an increase in scale for the action at hand. If all 4 crew members skirmish as a team, for instance, they're equal in scale to the blue coat squad, so no one faces worse harm as they would fighting alone. Now, the leader can push themselves on behalf of any other character who's acting with the team, but now we're all making a lot more dice rolls. I don't know if I like this. This is like the first thing I actually really don't like. I like the simplicity of the group action, right? Everybody makes their roll, and then we use the best result out of all of us. I guess they felt like maybe that was just too easy to mitigate the risk or cost from a different character who sucks at something, as long as you have one person who's good at it, and then the only consequence is that the leader takes a couple extra points of stress. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that I love this, but it seems like it's a lot more complicated. Divide and conquer. If the team faces, but I know people do like to make their checks. If the team faces a variety of threats, the players can play to their own scoundrel strength, each tackling a threat with their own action. Okay, while you prowl past the sentries, I'll finesse the boat into position so you can drop down with the loot. Maybe Ruby can survey to make sure we're clear to escape. Teammates may also be able to assist or cover during a coordinated action depending on the situation. So this is kind of like the setup action. All right. This system combines push and resistance into one roll. Any mechanic which adds 1 die to resistance adds 1 die to push yourself. Any mechanic that adds 1 die to an action roll adds 1 die to the threat roll. When you mark your special armor to push yourself, you don't suffer any stress. A player can still trade position for effect as usual. In that case, offer them a more costly devil's bargain or describe a more dangerous threat. And then a bunch of changes because there's a bunch of stuff that happens for this. And here's just a bunch of threats of Duskwall. And then changes to all the playbooks. Well, I don't know. That's a lot to take in. It's definitely a deep cut. Yeah, I don't know. This is huge. I'm trying to think of when I play Blaze in the Dark. Because I'll be honest with you, okay? So, one of the things that I like about Powered by the Apocalypse, and I've talked about this before, is that when a player rolls a 6-, right, it's called a miss, which is a terrible name. Instead, what it is, and most of the time, is it'll say the GM makes a move. As hard of a move as they'd like, is what they say. And that means that if we're in a situation in the game where I'm thinking to myself, this is not something that the player is going to. The narrative, the story, the players, the group, nobody wants to see this person fail here. Okay. Yes. Let me give you a classic example, right? Like, I don't know, the dragon god is awakening and it's about to rain devastation and ruin. And then like the other characters rush forward and then, they're thrown back. And then you go with your barbarian or something like that, with your mystical axe, you're basically going to leap off of this cliff and you're going to just tackle the dragon with your axe and go over the edge and end it, but potentially, go into the abyss with it and be destroyed forever. Right. This is a really epic moment. At that point in situation, if I'm not playing D&D, even if I am playing D&D, this is why people cheat and fudge all the time. You've been playing for maybe months, maybe years or something like that. And it's just this epic moment. And then this character maybe this character started off as like this selfish barbarian who only cared about money and women and wine. And now they're literally, leaping to sacrifice themselves potentially to end this threat. They've learned about a bigger self anyway. In a situation like that, when someone rolls low and then you go, I guess you miss, you miss, the dragon destroys the world, and I guess that's it. Like, that is not a situation I ever want to be in if I'm playing that kind of game. What I'm not, so this is where Harper's mind's at. I'm not questioning whether you're going to succeed or not. The barbarian is willing to do this. The barbarian is going to stop. Right? The barbarian is going to stop this dragon. I could include the threat of failure, but that's not something this is obviously a desperate action, right? Using this new language. And the threat isn't that you're going to fail. The threat is that your soul is consumed into the abyss with the dragon. And it's a desperate roll. So you're going to roll a 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, soul consumed. And if you roll 6, you manage to, just drop the axe into its chest and it falls back into the abyss and you don't go die with it. But what's not at stake here is whether or not you're going to fail and that, you're going to slip on a banana peel, mythic epic banana peel, right? Like, so what I always loved about Powered by the Apocalypse is that when the player does roll a 6-, I, the GM, get to make as hard of a move as I would like. So if we're doing that in Powered by the Apocalypse and you describe this awesome heroic action, If we're playing D&D, let's be clear, by the way. We're playing D&D, you do this amazing action, and then you roll a 3, and I go, you miss. I don't know. The dragon destroys the world. Or, more likely, because we're playing D&D, these days, it'd be like, you miss, but it disrupts the dragon a little bit, and now the world doesn't end this round. It's going to end next round. So you'll have another chance to do it. Right? Some bullshit. Removing any threat of the stakes. Like, it's all performative art, anyways. So in D&D, you roll low, you miss. In Powered by the Apocalypse, if a player rolls a 6-, I get to make as hard of a move as I like. And I basically say, you leap into the air and you're bringing your axe down. And now I can make as hard of a move as I like. And I'm going to offer you an opportunity. I'm going to offer you something with a cost. I'm going to say, you realize that the axe strike isn't enough. You need to put your whole body into it. You can succeed, but if you do, your character will be dead, consumed by the abyss. Do you make that choice? And now the player can make that choice, but I put the emphasis back onto them. And if they really wanted this to succeed, they can do that. That's with them rolling a miss. So I love that in Powered by the Apocalypse. Blades in the Dark did not technically have that. If someone rolled a 1, 2, or a 3, you failed and there was a consequence. There was no idea of this GM move as hard as you like, which could include offering the player the ability to succeed at a cost. Not really. I mean, the implication was there because technically Forged in the Dark is a Powered by the Apocalypse because it derives from that fundamental principle. But this is really tying back into that idea, which is that the scoundrel, by default, is assumed to succeed. What we're really rolling for is to see, do you avoid the threat, do you mitigate the threat, or does the full force of the threat kind of come to bear? It's both the same thing and a fundamentally different way of viewing the game. And what I think it will do to your game is probably, I don't know. I think it would. I don't want to say that it'll make the game more epic. It'll just make the scoundrel seem more competent, right? They might get into trouble a lot, and they might think, but they'll never like flub it. I mean, the game does still include option of the threat of failure as one of the threats that you might face, but it does talk about using it sparingly and really saving it for unique situations that would be really difficult. But if it's like normal crime time scoundrel and Duskwall stuff, the threat of them failing should not really be something that we're dealing with. Yeah, I don't know. That's a lot to take in. Jonka says, "Holy shit, you're up late." Yeah, I am up late. Well, it's 1 a.m. November 3rd. I don't have anywhere to be tomorrow. Well, I do. It's my mom's birthday. She'll be 65. Actually, it's my mom's birthday today because it's 11 November 3rd. Happy birthday, Mom. She's 65. God, crazy to think about. My mom is now right? What is it? Is 65? Is 65 Air Medicaid? Yes. Medicare. She already has Medicare because she applied for it and got it because of her some of her physical disabilities. But it's crazy that you have to be 65 to get Social Security or to get Medicare. But anyways, my mom that means my mom in my mind is, unfortunately, I mean, it makes me feel old, but to me, my dad obviously is, my dad's 67, but now that my mom's 65, my mom is officially a senior citizen, right? Like that's when you become old, I mean, obviously I don't really, I didn't really view my mom as being middle-aged when she was, 63 or something, or 62. But, I mean, it's that, youth, middle age, old age. And it's kind of, she's in her last trimester, of life. And, I'm hoping for the best for her. She's had some rough health issues over this last couple years, but she seems to be doing okay. It's my dad that's actually been having the health issues this year. When it rains, it pours. Last year, 2023. Actually, this year she did have a cancerous tumor removed from her lung, so That was crazy. But it was like it was crazy. She didn't even stay overnight. It was literally I mean, she was at the main campus, but it was a ambulatory surgery. I mean, she came in, they did the procedure. She got released like 8 hours later. It was crazy. I'm like, it was all done, with scopes and through a little, minor cut in her chest wall. Or no, they went in under her rib or something. It was crazy. It was a long day at the hospital. I was just sitting there. I mean, it was a low risk surgery, but still. Anyways, stuff here. 7 a.m. All right, early the next day. 89. Wow. I mean, I would be consider myself. I don't know that my parents are healthy enough to make it to that age, but that would be awesome if they did. Good for them. It's only 6 p.m. We can just keep going for hours. Kalamaka says, you have an election soon, no? Vote. Yes, election day is Tuesday. Tuesday. Big election. Presidential. All right, Thaddeus. It's midnight. You're tapping out. I respect it. I don't know. We'll see if we keep going. I mean, I didn't, like I said, I didn't have any sort of like requirement that we were going to go a certain time or certain age. And mostly it just comes down to like what people are talking about and what we're kind of doing. So yeah, if you have a thought or a comment or something you want to talk about, it's late night. We can talk about anything. We don't even talk about RPGs. We can talk about, I don't know, random stuff that I know about. I don't like don't talk to me about sports or something. I wouldn't know anything about that. But if it's something else that we want to talk about, we can talk about it. It's in the midnight hour, so anything goes basically. Yeah, that was crazy. That Blades in the Dark. That was crazy. Have I left wargaming behind? No. In fact, Thaddeus. Well, yes, but no. I mean, in fact, this week, Thaddeus. Yep, it's right here. This week, I picked up the Arcane Journal for the Dwarven Mountain Holds from the new Warhammer Old World. Now, I have not bought, I mean, I have Infinite Dwarf Minis, but I mean, I bought the book for, what is essentially the revamp of Warhammer. Now, I hated Age of Sigmar, and I didn't want to play it in 40K. 40K was fun, but it didn't fulfill the same itch. The real problem, Thaddeus, is that my buddy used to have his own house, and then he sold that house to move to San Francisco. And then he moved back to Cleveland a couple years later, and he just got an apartment. At my buddy's house, he was single, like me. We had an entire room dedicated to playing Warhammer. And I could keep all my minis and all my armies over there, and I could just head out. We had all the terrain. We built a whole awesome table, 8 foot by 4 foot. It might have been 10 foot by 4 foot. So we could play big to games or smaller games and have room on the sides and stuff. It was at chest, standing level, like bar stool level. It was a great table, a lot of cool terrain. And we used to play Warhammer all the time. I mean, all the time. Some 40K, but mostly fantasy. And then when he sold his house, he got rid of a lot of his miniatures. He was moving to a single bedroom in San Francisco for only $7,000 a month or something. He didn't have the room for his. I mean, he had 5 or 6 full armies and plus 40K armies, he had Skaven, Demons of Chaos, Chaos Warriors, Empire. I feel like he had one more, and I can't remember it, but and then for 40K, he had Necrons, and he had Black Templar, and he had Imperial Guard. So, I mean, he just had a shitload. And I gave some of it away to some of his friends who also played. He didn't just like throw it in a dumpster, but he gave it away. So anyways, when he came back, he was the main person I played with. And now that I don't have room in my house, he doesn't have room in his apartment. So we don't really have a place to play. And I'll be honest with you, one of the things I was really hoping that I was going to do this year, which is not going to happen this year, was I was going to buy a house. I've talked about this many times on stream. And one of the reasons I wanted to buy a house was so that I could turn the basement into a big gaming area, including putting up the studio again and being able to have my friends over and play. But I also wanted to build a new wargaming spot, and maybe in a corner of the basement, and just be able to get down in the basement and and battle it out. And it's sad because Bob is getting into Warhammer big time, and he loves 3D printing and stuff like that. And I love wargaming. I think it's awesome. I think it's so much fun. So I'm not playing. I haven't played a proper war game. I haven't played a proper war game since probably like 2019, if I'm being honest. So yeah, kind of sad. Nate, I can imagine that these rules will pull the players out of character immersion and put them more in an author mode, but that was always a problem with Blades of the Dark. Why take it to 11? It's an interesting observation as well, Nate. I mean, to be fair, Nate, I don't mind author mode. In fact, that's my preferred way to play. So, and I think some of the people that have problems with Blades in the Dark and any of these narrative-based games like Fate, right, is that you are taking yourself out of actor stance and putting yourself more into what would be interesting for the story. What would I like to see my character do? And putting yourself into that sort of authorial or directorial role. And some people, that's not why they play role-playing games. I play role-playing games because I want to create interesting stories with my friends. Some people play role-playing games because they want to play an interesting character and imagine what choices and decisions they would make as if they were this person. That is not, for me, the main reason to play role-playing games. In fact, I think that desire to play that way is why, meaning that sort of, I'm going to internalize my character and I really want to think about what they would do and kind of rationalize it as that character and consider their circumstances and their backgrounds and all this other stuff. That, I think, is why some people really like and enjoy solo role-playing games, and I don't like them at all. Because if you are more interested in sort of exploring this character, the other players are almost kind of not really needed, right? To a certain extent, you're there for your character. You're there to see what they're going to do. And so the oracles of these solo role-playing games basically give you a situation, and now you have to decide, how does my character feel about that, right? And when you dig into that, that's where you get the enjoyment for the game. For me, that's not where I get the enjoyment from the game. Where I get the enjoyment from the game is the collaboration of me and my fellow players to create the most interesting story we can. And I will direct or write to my character whatever actions I need them to do. Now, I still want it to be fictionally, compliant, and I still want it to be tonally, and personality compliant with my character. But ultimately, my character is just a tool that I am using as a tool to create a story. My character is a pen, and we're writing the story. And a pen is a tool. I'm not going to throw away my pen every time I need it, but at the same time, it's a pen. I'm not too concerned about it. So I view my character, I view my other characters, other players' characters. Those are our tools to interact inside of this fictional world. I don't really view them as people. I don't even like the models. The sculpts are way over the board. They're just too it's that new era Games Workshop. It's just all too over much. And once everything started getting designed by 3D, it just became too crazy. And I get it. Like the molds are, designed now with CAD, and they can do crazy stuff with it. But it's just too much. It's just too much. Derek, what time is it? Well, it is 1 a.m. So in an hour, it'll be 2 a.m., which means it'll be 1 a.m. It's a great hobby. And, there's so many facets to it. There's the collecting, the building, there's the painting, which I've never gotten into as much. I've wanted to. I dream of being a miniatures painter, but, and then of course there's the playing, and I love the playing, and the playing can be just skirmish battles. We just play it out and we just have fun, who wins, or you could turn it into an arc, a campaign story. I know that I would love for my buddy Kaz to move back to this area. I'd love to get like a 4, 5, 6 guys together, and do like a kind of campaign, war games campaign. Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay favorite edition. Well, Daryl, I've only played one. I've only played 3rd edition, but the one from Fantasy Flight Games, the one with all the weird dice. But I did just recently, pick up this game, and I asked about this because I was told that the Magic rules got redone with this book, with this Winds of Magic book. So I picked up this book, and I really thought they were great. So and my understanding, this is more like second edition or first edition. I don't know what the exact changes are, but I thought third edition was cool too. But man, it was a lot. There was a lot of stuff going on, all those different dice. It was too much. What are your thoughts on pie charts? I don't use them a lot as an analyst. I don't really use them. I use scatter plots, right? Coordinates, lots of bar charts and line charts. I'm not a big pie chart guy. I think it's not as very useful. I like having an X and a Y axis. You are still alive. Yeah. Wait, am I still alive? Yeah, I'm still alive, but yes, no, I'm still alive. Why not? What else am I gonna do? I have nothing to do. I have nowhere to be. I had a productive day. I went to I mean, it's 1 a.m. There's no chance that he's ever going to see this, but I went to the Framer today. I got a present for Aaron, celebrating 30 years of friendship between the two of us. And so I got him I got art from Larry Elmore, signed by the artist. It is his favorite piece of art, my favorite piece of art. And, I got it professionally framed. It's signed by Larry Elmore, and then I got it signed by Larry Elmore, and then I at Gen Con, and then I got it framed, and I'm going to give it to him as a gift. So I got that done today. I mean, just picking it up. I mean, I ordered it weeks ago. The framing. What else did I get done today? I went to Target. I bought garbage bags and paper towels. It was a good day. Yes, GM Scott, that is correct. That is correct. 1 hour left. 1 a.m. going on 1 a.m. That's excellent. I'm in Arizona, so you know what happens at 1 a.m.? Nothing. You guys don't do daylight savings time. I'm more of a hex and counter war gamer than miniatures. War of the Ring being an exception. Yeah, I had a hard, there's a world where I wanted to be like a GMT guy, but it's a little too much to me. I will say though, Eric, that as I've gotten older, I have a greater appreciation for non-fantasy war. So, I could see myself wanting to maybe start to get more into, some Civil War battles, Napoleonics era, right? Like even World War II. I know there's like the World War, and I think some of them are miniatures games. Some of them are hex encounters. But man, I grew up going to Gen Con and Origins and seeing those massive like 3-day games with just like hundreds of chits, and I was just like, how do these guys do that? I mean, I appreciate the depth, it's a little bit above my pay grade, Battletech was my vice for a longest time. Yep. Good buddy of ours, George. He's never been on the channel, but you see him in chat all the time as Obvious, or Captain Obvious. He's part of our Friday night gaming group. He plays Battletech like you wouldn't believe. He plays it online with Mega Mech, and he's in whole campaigns and massive, huge, commanding numerous stars, and it's good stuff. I think Battletech's a cool game. It's again just very crunchy. I do not know. I'm assuming Victrix is not fantasy, but I do not know that brand. Daryl has the same too, Warhammer books. Yeah, excellent. Histograms are by far your favorite. Yeah, histograms are good. I've definitely used my fair share of histograms these days. What are my thoughts on pies? It's a delicious dessert. I will take a pie over cake any day. For starters, cakes are really easy to make. Cake is basically just, egg, sugar, flour, right? and maybe a little bit of fat, and you're just mixing it together. The only way you can ruin a cake is if you overmix it, right? If you overmix a cake, you're going to create too much gluten, right? You're not making pizza dough, you're not making bread dough. You create too much gluten, and then the cake will be chewy, it'll be stringy. You don't want that. You want it to be light and fluffy and airy. And usually you need to cream the sugar and the butter to create that base, right? To create all the little bubbles. And then you don't use yeast, so there's nothing there. So anyways, cakes are simple. They're very easy. But pies, for me, the pie all comes down to the crust. I mean, the fillings are great, and I love them all. I mean, I like cherry, I like apple, I like blueberry, I love pumpkin. I don't even mind sweet potato. Pecan should be illegal. It's so good. So the fillings are all, whatever. Take it or leave it. I mean, they're all good. It's fruit or nuts, sweetened and with some eggs. It's basically a cheesecake. In the case of a pumpkin cheesecake stuck in it. So it's all about the crust. And what I love about the crust is that it is tender but flaky. And that requires skill, right? Because now you need to create layers, right, of flour and layers of fat, butter, or if you're really old school, lard. And what's really cool about butter, or what's really cool about lard, is that butter, which is what most people use, butter contains, depending on the butter, like 20 to 25% by weight water. It's not all pure fat; it's water. That's why you can foam butter up, right? And that's why it bubbles, because you're boiling off the water. Well, but that water in between the different layers, right? And so the way gluten is the stringy, chewy stuff, which you don't want in a pie crust. Gluten is formed when protein contained in wheat flour, like glutenin, mixes in the presence of water. So with butter, you run the risk of creating gluten within your pie. However, if you use lard is a fully saturated fat. There's no water in it whatsoever. And so that means the lard, which is also, by the way, solid at room temperature, technically butter is, but we all know it gets soft. Lard is a much better option for making a pie. So anyways, there's a much more skill that goes into it. And I really appreciate that. It's like making biscuits. I think making biscuits is a skill, because you've got to knead the butter into the flour. You've got to create the flakiness of the biscuit. There's a skill to it. And of course, if your hands are too hot, you'll melt the butter, and then you don't get those layers, right? And you don't get the fun, the biscuity, peely flakiness that you want out of a good biscuit. So there's a technique to it. What about Venn diagrams? They're overrated. Is that the hot hand theory? No, but I've heard before that there's like this theory about like why is it that grandma always made better pies, and why is it that grandma always made better biscuits? And sort of the theory, right, is that grandma has poor circulation, and so her fingers are colder than yours, a younger person, and so when she is kneading the not kneading, I'm trying to remember what it's called. You definitely don't want to knead. When she's cutting the butter into the flour to make biscuits, when you do it, you're transferring a lot of heat into that butter. It's starting to melt, and as it melts, it loses its ability to it loses its plasticity, right? It becomes liquid, and you don't get the flaky layers. When grandma does it, her fingers and hands might be a few degrees or even a couple more than that degrees cooler than you, which means that the butter doesn't melt, or it doesn't melt as fast. And combined with obviously years of skill, and so she literally can make a better biscuit and better crust because she doesn't run the risk of melting the butter. So there you go. KLC new segment, Baking with Derek. I know a lot about baking. Thank God I just had tacos and pie, or I'd be hungry. Yeah. Right. Right. Listen, grandma's also done it 1,000 times. I mean, there's, experience counts for something. But I'm saying that there's literally, I think, a physical element to it. In fact, one of the great suggestions that you can make in order to make better biscuits or better pie dough is to chill the butter a little bit. Don't let it be like room temperature super soft. Make it so it's just pliable so get it soft and then put it back in the fridge. Let it harden up a little bit. And the same thing is true is when you're working with your pie crust, you can take like a sheet pan, right? Like an aluminum sheet pan, put it in the freezer, put it in the fridge, let it get cold. And then as you're working the pie crust, right, you can periodically take out, you can put a piece of parchment paper over it and then take the pie pan or the sheet pan that's been chilled and set it onto the dough. That'll act as a heat sink. It'll suck up all the heat that you've put into the dough through working it, through your hands, through the environment that you're in, and that'll help keep the fat plastic. And then you can just kind of rinse, repeat. So that's another tip of advice for you for baking. Eric says, lard for the win. Yeah, buddy. That's the way to go. Maybe I missed it on another stream, but how do you feel about the Pathfinder 2 remaster now that it has been out for a bit? Anything that you hate or love? That's a complex question, Blue Simplex. Overall, I think they made good changes to classes that needed them. I think they made Rogue somehow better, which was silly, stupid, because it was S tier. I miss it. They got rid of they got rid of, well, they kept it, but it's just not nearly as good, right? This cross-blooded evolution was just way too good. So, like, getting rid of that, essentially, for sorcerers made them more human, more on the right tier. It really helped out witches, clerics, war priests, whatever, technically got a little bit of a buff. I am not really super well versed on the core 2 yet. I will admit, just because I've been too busy, and plus, core 2 came out when I started having like my mental health breakdowns and my house was on fire. But the barbarian is in such a weird spot for me now because, like, it's cool. I used to complain about the action tax, and I used to complain about that they needed an AC penalty just to function. And they were basically like, okay, we're going to get rid of the action tax and we're going to get rid of the AC penalty. And it's like, okay, but so what is this? Why is this a rage? How is this a rage? Like, so why not just, I don't know, why not just like give them the damage? Like, why are we doing this song and dance routine of am I raging or not? There's some elements there where it's like, in order to increase playability, we've kind of lost the lead a little bit. Overall, I think it's fine. It's, they did make a lot of changes though, and some of them are just silly. Some of the new spell names and new magic item names are absolutely terrible, just terrible. What do they call? Spacious pouch? Is that what they call it? It's like a terrible name. It's called bag holding. It's generic as hell. Anyways, sorry, William, I missed you, but take care. Bolt action, yeah, I've seen that. That's a great that looks game. That game looks sweet. Yeah, no advanced squad leader for me. Like, that's crazy, Let's see here. Somebody needs to clip this pie explanation here to show people what this channel is really about. Yeah, this is the reason why I gain 100 subs a month. Now, just open the tube of biscuits and put them on the sheet pan. It's a crime against humanity. I use the pie crust recipe on the Tender Flake lard box using a food processor. Works every time. Yeah, food processor is a great way to cut the dough. It is. Oh, I would never play advanced. Okay. I really enjoyed the Torchbearer stream. Inspired me to get out my second edition and reread it. I'd love to play it. Yeah, Eric. Like I said, Torchbearer, the game. I don't know where the hell it is. Over here somewhere. Torchbearer, the first edition. I kickstarted this, or I remember if I bought it or something like that. But I've had this book for a long time, and I was just so enthralled with it. And like I said, I picked up the second edition, and they changed some things. I don't, and I've seen some people online say they like the changes, but they also miss some of the elements from first edition. So I could see myself ending up doing sort of a hybrid approach, but yeah, I'm excited. for the and I think I'm gonna try to run a game on my Discord server. And I'm not gonna do it tonight because I didn't think anybody would be here for this, but I will say, this was the collector's edition, the Game Masters edition, which I picked up, and this is what I was unboxing during the show the other day. But I did pick up another copy of the rules. Now this just has the player's guide and the GM guide, the player's guide and the Dungeoneer's guide and the scholar's guide, aka the player's handbook and the Dungeon Master guide. So it doesn't have the Lore Master's book, which has all the extra rules. But I am going to I'm going to give this away. I'm not sure when or how or where or why, but I'll probably give it away to a patron. But I bought this to give away. Whenever I like a game, I want to share that game. So I'll be giving it away. So, oh yeah, the chroma key's still on. Yeah. If something looks weird, sorry about that. Boop, there you go. This is what it actually looks like. There you go. But yeah, and by the way, still got the gold leaf pages. So very nice. Spared no expense. So anyways, I'll be giving that away. Does that mean you can make wicked good homemade cinnamon rolls? Yes, but I don't because it's a lot of work. Like cinnamon rolls are yeast risen, so like you gotta do a lot of work for cinnamon roll. Plus you gotta make the filling. I like cinnamon rolls; they're good, but it's a lot of work. So I don't really make them. I haven't made them in a long time. Plus they're like, it's hard to eat just one. The Ranger changes are terrible. The Ranger has just been completely the Ranger needed help. Like it's one of the classes that needed the most help, in my personal opinion, and they just failed to deliver on it completely. So I don't think that the Ranger is. I think the Ranger is almost an unplayable class in Pathfinder 2nd Edition, even after the remaster. I don't think it's good. I think it's boring. I don't think it. It's not good. Do you prefer physical or digital when it comes to TTRPG? Physical. I almost everything that I buy. I buy more digital these days because of the channel and because it's easier to share a PDF with the group. And even if I had one of those top-down cameras, and I've thought about setting up getting another camera and setting up a top-down rig. And I did that once before. When I say I have plenty of cameras. When I say set up, I just mean like having like the rig overhead, and I've done it once before. But it's just it's kind of disrupting and everything like that. But I would just do it with the book. But it's still not as convenient as just showing people a PDF. So I do buy a lot of PDFs these days. But if I really like a game, I still tend to pick it up. Is that a Gamma World box set on the shelf back there? Yes. It is a Gamma World box set. Gamma World. Actually, it goes like this. No, it goes like this. There we go. Gamma World. 7th edition, I think, is what this is. Gamma World 7th edition. Crazy game. This is one of my favorite. Actually, this is one of my favorite characters of all time. Let me see if it's in here. Laserhawk. Oh, here we go. Okay, check it out. This is a Smith character. I don't know how well you guys are gonna be able to see this. So the way that you make a Gamma World character, okay, is you roll randomly on a character origin, and you get 2 origins, and you combine them together. Okay, like if you ever played what's that game called? Smash Up. You ever play Smash Up, the card game, the board game, right? Where you just like you take. You grab something out of the box. You're like, okay, pirates and ninjas. I got pirate ninjas. And you're like, okay, I've got cheerleaders and aliens, right? So you roll randomly for your 2 origins. And so Smith and these characters, we were almost playing this like a paranoid, like these characters were getting killed left and right. This was like kind of like a quasi one-shot. Anyways, Smith rolled Rat Swarm and Telekinetic. So his character was a intelligent, psychic swarm of rats, right? And each rat, right, had like a part of the psychic mind. And so Smith named his character Splinters, which I just thought was a great name for a psychic swarm rat. Swarm of rats, right? And so he named his character Splinters, which I thought was a fantastic name. Anyways, we also had Sergeant Master Johnson, Professor Fantastic, Laser Hawk, Densis, Andre the Flash, Spore, just a bunch of crazy characters. Anyways, it's a fun game. I can feel the grind click every time a creator I follow drops something. I mean, it's a full-time job, Proxy Bean, trying to keep up with these content creators. I mean, I unfortunately, you know, at least, well, I say unfortunately, I at least, fortunately, I can write off a lot of this stuff as a business expense because I'm buying it so that I can, you know, share it with my business and use it as a way to, you know, get views and stuff like that. So it makes it a little bit easier, but man, it is a full-time job just trying to keep up. Oh, that's a Planescape. Yeah, the right, there's like that, I don't remember, it was called, maybe it was cranium rats, but I do remember there being some sort of psychic swarm that, like, right, with a hive mind. Oh, yeah, that's crazy. I mean, to be clear, Gamma World 7th edition is like based kind of in 4E D&D in a way. I love Smash Up. The first time I played it, I accidentally made an infinite combo. It's okay. It's a fine game. I don't think I own it anymore. I think I did sell it or swap it at a board game swap just because I was like, I don't need it. But there's like 35 trillion expansions for it. So, I mean, obviously the game did well enough that, you know, that was the case. Yeah, I enjoyed Gamma World. Have you played or heard Descent: Legends of the Dark? So the answer is no, yes, yes. So Descent is a board game from from Fantasy Flight Games. I own first edition Descent, every single expansion. I own second edition Descent, every single expansion. First and second edition Descent work kind of like D&D. One player is the Overlord. They are sort of the evil mastermind, and the other players are trying to beat the Overlord. First edition was done as a series of board games where it's like a one-off thing. Second edition introduced this idea of a campaign structure, where it wasn't just one and done, but it was more like a legacy game, which were pretty popular at the time. Descent: Legends of the Dark is essentially third edition. But now, as I recall, it involves like the GM is no longer a GM. I think they're replaced by an app. And I think it's driven by the app. And I just don't really am not interested in that. In fact, just this last year, earlier this year, so really early 2024, we played a Descent second edition campaign. Oh, and Bob was the Overlord, and he ran us through. You know, it ran us through. Right, it's a challenge. Right, he's trying to beat us. We're trying to beat him. He has to follow the rules. I have to follow the rules. So you're not really a game master in that sense. But you know, we played the campaign and we won. We did beat the campaign, and it was a lot of fun. But yeah, you know, those are expensive games. They were expensive back then. I can only imagine what they are now. So yeah, I love Descent. I think it's a really fun game. In fact, there's a lot of mechanics from Descent that I would love to see. I mean, the core mechanic of Descent, the original Descent, is basically what they used for Genesis and for Legend of the Five Rings, and that's one of the reasons I love that system so much. All right, looks like everybody. Well, we still got 65 people here, but it looks like the chat has really slowed down, and I don't blame you. It's getting late. I'm starting to feel it myself. Should have had a monster for this or something. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where I want to go next with my role-playing game hobby. I feel, I don't know. I feel somewhat disconnected, I think, from the hobby. There was a time where I felt like I was sort of the everyman, you know? Like I represent, I was kind of like that core player. And now I feel like I am this weirdo on the, and the edges of this hobby. And that I don't know how I feel. I don't know if I'm okay with that or if I feel bad about that. I don't know, maybe I'll probably, when I talk to my therapist, I'll probably be like, they'll be like, okay, so do you want to talk? I was like, I really want to talk about my relationship with role-playing games. Look, me and my mom, we're good, my dad and I, we're not good, but that's okay. I've moved past it. But I'd like to talk about my relationship with my role-playing games, Do you know the broken weave setting for D&D 5e? If so, what's your opinion about it? I do not know that setting, so I do not have an opinion about it. Sorry. You got to put groceries away, so you got to keep company. All right, deal. How are you feeling about preparing to run online games? It depends. I don't know. I mean, I don't like online games. I don't like the limitations that the tool sets provide, and I find it very difficult. Like it depends. I want a module that's going to let me have character sheets, but I don't want it to be so automatic that it does everything for me in case I want to change the way that something works. And if something's too automated, and then I can't change that automated procedure, then I become annoyed. So it's like I want there to be, places for me to put stuff, but I don't want it to be like so so inflexible that I can't just go like, well, that's not the way it works in my game, The other thing is I'm weird about this. Like you say, Miro is totally the answer as long as you're theater of the mind. Like, how does Miro handle like character sheets? And if the answer is like Google Sheets, then that's not a good answer for me. And I stand by this to the end of the days. I hate spreadsheet character sheets. Hate them. I love spreadsheets. I've lived and died in Excel for 25 years. I hate like just character sheets. Upload an image of the character sheet and draw on it. I don't know. It sounds clunky. I like a form fillable PDF, if I'm going to do something like that. But the issue with form fillable PDFs is it's really important to me that me and the other characters can see each other's characters sheets. And I know this is very strange, but like that's one thing that I really struggle with when when I'm playing in a VTT that isn't an option, Will you do a sit down with Bob and cover the Symbaroum rulebook? So you rock. Yeah. So one of the things that we're going to try to do more is, we don't have the studio anymore, of course, but I'd like to get Bob more onto the show, and we could talk about games that he's interested in. And I know he's read the Symbaroum rulebook. In fact, he's read it more than me, so it'd be kind of a really interesting sort of juxtaposition. That he might know more about a game than I do, but I'm happy to talk about it. I mean, Free League makes great games, right? And I own Symbaroum, so. Nice. Yes. Well, good night, and God bless. And both of those are excellent games, Blades in the Dark and FU. Yeah, yeah, that's a disaster waiting to happen, right? Perhaps you need to expand your on-person, or you mean in-person play group somehow, especially while you explore VTTs and whatnot. No, that's not really an option. I'm in sort of the no new friends ever era of the rest of my life. So, I mean, the group of people that I play with is the group of people I play with, I mean, I'm happy to play online and like, with patrons and stuff like that. And especially people that I've known now for years online and even new friends, new people who come in. But for me, it's not just about like, let me just go round up some random people and sit down and force them to play a game with me, we did it for a charity stream. That's sweet. We've wanted to do a charity stream for a long time, like a 24-hour game-a-thon, and really raise some money. That's been one of our big goals since we started this whole thing. And we were going to do it in the studio, but it just never materialized. And then we had to quit out, we had to leave. So it kind of sucks. But yeah, Smith used to do Extra Life marathon stuff. Tim has done them. So yeah. No problem, Pathfinder. Thanks for stopping by. Expedite the Nightcon. Yeah, obviously this summer did not go the way that I wanted it to, between my health and all aspects of my life basically were on fire. But my goal this summer was to try to set up next 2025 Nightcon, because Nightcon was supposed to be 2024. That was going to be the joke, right? We were going to do it August 2024 and August 22nd, 2024. August 24th, 2024. Sorry. Yes. Whatever. August 22nd, 2024. But we didn't do that. And then we were like, well, we'll do it in the fall. And then I tried to get places in the fall, and they were like, we're all booked with weddings for the next 8 months. So I was like, okay, well, maybe we can do it in the spring or something, before wedding season starts. But now that's, 6 months away. So I'm sure those stuff will start to book up, I think you can use form fillable PDFs on Foundry and share them with all users. You might need the PDF pager mod. And see, and Cephalopod, that's great advice, and you're probably right. And it's probably, but as soon as it's as soon as we start talking about getting mods just to be able to look at a character sheet, I'm just I shut down. I don't know. I love technology, but also I don't know. I hate it. And so let me give you an example. Okay. So let me give you a great example. These are the action cards for Torchbearer. Okay. You have defend, feint, attack, and maneuver. All right. And your group, the players, okay, has a complete set of these, and you actually have 3 of each. So there's 3 maneuver. There's. I gotta find one. Where the hell the other one? There we go. So you have 3 maneuvers, right? You have 3 maneuvers, 3 defends, 3 attacks, 3 feints, and then on your turn, as a group, as a player, as a party, you decide, not for your character, you decide as a group, what are the 3 actions that we are going to play this round, and what order, right? So you have your first card, your second card, and your third. You go, okay, I think we should feint and then attack. No, we should feint and then maneuver and then attack, right? And these have in-game effects and stuff. And just having these props and being able to and meanwhile, I, the GM, have already played for the bad guys my 3 cards. Now I've played them face down, right? And then once I'm done, then the group can discuss what they're going to do, right? I don't want to be influenced by what they say. It's kind of like a hidden game. But when I start trying to think about doing this on Foundry, I start to get sad, because I know Foundry handles cards like shit. And I know doing something stupid and simple as putting cards face down can be a huge dramatic issue. And then it's I know there's mods that make it better, because I've played around with them a little bit. And then the mods themselves break, or they're not out of date. And then Foundry updates, and then now they don't work anymore. And I become very despondent very quickly. And that's why, I joked, not really joking, seriously. I was I know TTS has a lot of problems, right? TTS has a lot of problems with people not wanting to pay $20 or $10. TTS is a kind of a memory hog, and right. But TTS, the main issue is that TTS isn't necessarily made for quote unquote role-playing games, and the ability to persist it and hey, I want to just check out my character sheet really quick. It's not as easy to just hop in and log in. And I've heard a lot of people say that every time they log into TTS, they basically have to recomplete their character sheet, right? It doesn't save your character sheet. You have to at the end of the session, you have to write your character sheet down, and then at the beginning of the next session, you have to type all your stuff back into your character sheet. That being said, something like a deck of fucking cards would be, TTS can handle that all day, all day. And so, there's a very strong appeal to me to play in that TTS kind of world. Tabletop simulator, for people who don't know what TTS is. But I also don't want to have to go through the rigmarole of, creating all these different objects and making the physics things and then taking these pictures and then, where the hell is it? Ugh. And then, busting out my flatbed scanner so that I can, make scans of stuff and then take those images and upload them into the card creator matrix thing that's inside of TTS. And then I have to do that for the character sheet. And it's just like, oh God, I have the cards in my hand. Like, why isn't that enough? And so, yeah. Plus, at work all day, I'm writing Python, I'm writing SQL, and I'm looking at charts and I'm looking at data and I'm looking at Excel. And like, I don't want to do that, right. I need a card cam, but what about all my players? Right. Like, then now do they all need a card cam? It's just it's too much. Now, Karima says something totally reasonable. In fact, this is the best. This is totally reasonable. Just set chat to secret, then right click to reveal after all the players play their cards. Yep, you could totally do that, right? I could just set chat and then just type in I did attack, feint, right? And then make it secret and it's locked in and then reveal it. Here's the problem. That is so soulless, right? I want to have these 3 cards with their stupid torchbearer wording on the back, right? Sitting here. And then I want you to be able to be like, whoop, and I want you to see the feint, and I want to have the stupid little rules text right there on it, and I want you to see the card, and I want you to be like, okay, we're in phase 1 of round 1, and the GM's monsters are feinting, and then it's like, whoop, okay, now we're in phase 2, and they're attacking. I like I like bits, I like board games, I like doodads and physical objects. When Smith and I play D&D, you do not write hero points down on your character sheet. I'm handing you a poker chip, right? Smith didn't track his willpower by writing it on his character sheet he had a bag of gleaming white silvery gems that he would pull out and say, okay, I have 10 of these. His focus points when he plays a sorcerer or plays a caster in Pathfinder 2, he's got 3 little gems that represent his focus points, and he takes them out. We like the physicality of TTRPGs. I like the tabletop nature of tabletop role-playing games. And part of that is because I do enjoy board games, but I enjoy that tactical feel as well. So I'm just so much about all of that. In fact, one of my favorite things, I mentioned this before, in Torchbearer is, Torchbearer, right, it says when you help someone, right, think aid, or help from D&D or aid from Pathfinder 2nd edition, you base, it's a dice pool system, right? You're rolling D6s. Well, when you help somebody, you give, they get a bonus die. But the game is very, 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 very specific about this. I mean, obviously it can't like physically force you to do this type of stuff. But when you help someone, okay, you have to give them one of your dice, right? And it's not enough to just say, oh, take +1 die, right? It's not enough to just say, I'm finding the passage here, actually. Here we go. Help. Help is a potent mechanism in Torchbearer. If you have the same skill or ability that another player has been called upon to test, you can assist your mate in the endeavor. Your help is worth +1 die to the roll. And when you do help, hand them one of your dice. It's the law of the land. Like, that may seem so stupid and minor, but it just tells me that like Luke Crane and I are on the same page, because I think being able to like hand someone the D6 from your pool and give it to them, and you're like, what difference does it make? It's all just D6. Does it matter if they're D6? Nope, it doesn't. It doesn't. But I'll tell you something, if they need to get 3 successes, and they roll 2 successes using their dice, and then the red and gold die, that's your die that you gave them, also comes up a 6, and we know now that the reason they succeeded is because of your help. Like, little things like that matter to me, I know when Smith played a cleric in 5th edition D&D, he went out and bought a set of like white, sparkly, or maybe they were white, pearlescent or something, D4s, and he bought, I think, 3 of them. I think maybe more, but he bought like 3 or 4 of them. And the reason why is because when he would cast Bless, he would hand everybody, right? It was almost like Aaron was blessing them. I'm going to cast Bless. Who am I going to bestow my blessing to? You get a sparkly pearlescent D4. You get a pearlescent D4. You get a pearlescent D4, right? And you're rolling that die. And when that spell ends, you give that die back to me, right? The blessing is returned. Bardic Inspiration die the same way. I think that kind of stuff is really cool. And it's part of my favorite part of tabletop role-playing games, believe it or not. And I like that it's a communal experience. I like that we're elevating the game beyond just brute. These are not just random number generators. They're not just the idea that these could be replaced by and I think people go overboard with it, but I get why Dice So Nice is so cool. I want to see the dice falling. I want to see them coming out. I think when Dice So Nice first came out, they didn't have that option where because it would show to the chat immediately and then the dice would keep rolling. I hated that. But then when they introduced the thing, don't show it to the chat until the dice are determined, then Dice So Nice was great. Dry erase clock cards for Blaze of the Dark is cool. That's a great idea. We did a little bit. We did that for initiative cards. I bought a what is it called, laminator, and that way we could write on them with dry erase markers, but having like clock segments pre-printed for that would be really cool. That's actually a really good idea. I might totally steal that idea. That's a good one. You could even have it where you have I've got a bunch of I print onto the note card a 4 o'clock, a 6 o'clock, an 8 o'clock, and I have a couple, a bunch of 4s, a handful of 6s and a bunch of 8s or whatever, and then I can just laminate them. So the I don't have to redraw the circle every time, and I could just say okay. And then at the top there's a space for the title of the clock, and then maybe a little bit of space at the bottom in case there's any additional notes or bullet points I want to put, and then I could just fill it in. That's actually a really cool idea. I like that idea a lot. Card cams all the way down. Yeah, I'm worried about its ability for Tabletop Simulator to do TTRPGs. My experience with technology is that more often interferes or stalls the flow and momentum out of games. Time is my most valuable resource, and I don't want to waste it. And I couldn't agree with you more. And and when technology, also too, there's there's an activation energy for me to even be able to get to it. Maybe it'll save me time down the line, but right now, today, I don't have 20 hours to invest to get this game up and running. If I'm lucky, the sessions will be 3 hours and I'll do 7 of them. I'm going to spend 21 hours playing the game over the next month or 2 or 3. I don't have 20 hours to invest trying to set up the game. Once upon a time, I did. Here, let me give you an example of once upon a time. Once upon a time, okay, a 20-year-old Derek or something like that, 20 in college. Yeah, I was in college. In college, the group was coming to near the end of a battle, a big dungeon. This is 3rd edition D&D, and they were going to fight this blue dragon named Ulaxanthor. I still remember the name. And the Ulaxanthor guarded the Hammer of Earth or something like that. And I knew they were going to fight the dragon, and the dragon was in this big, huge, epic kind of chamber with the earth energy, and it was guarding it. And it was on one of those big Chessex dry erase mats, right? One of those big Chessex dry erase mats. And this thing basically took up the chamber took up the whole map. And then I drew with a blue wet erase marker on every single square of that chamber, right? A kind of, arcane or magical rune. Because the idea was that the floor was literally covered in these sort of blue glowing energy. And I just sat there and drew all the, they didn't really mean anything. There was kind of a puzzle, well, not like a puzzle, but there was a pattern. So I'm sitting here drawing these runes, and I don't even know how long. 3 hours, 4 hours, just drawing little runes into a Chessex map for one battle. I could do that when I was 20. I'm not going to do that now. And it's sad because, that made the games cool. There's a chap that on our thing that's been on our Patreon, who's been like creating terrain for each of his sessions. It's incredible. It's amazing. I just don't have the time for that. Thaddeus, take care. I'm going to stick around till 2, and when it becomes 1, and then jokingly say, see, I didn't go to 2 a.m. I went to 1 a.m., and then I'll probably log off. So we'll probably log off here in the next 9 to 10 minutes in myself, and then everybody can go. JP says all about the physical stuff, no doubt. You know, I love maps. I love handouts. I love, name tags and name tents, little gems and doodads. I'm a big fan of them, in fact, I pointed out, I've shown this before, but when we did our Forbidden Lands campaign, I actually designed, I don't know where I put it. Oh, I thought it was in this box. I actually designed a 3D printable player aid that was used to help track some of the things for your character. So you didn't have to write it on your character sheet all the time. You could just track it on this little 3D printable thing. And I like the little, good stuff there. Sunhawk, take care. Good night. And good rest. Yeah, all about immersion. Pass that die. Yeah, the narrative dice were cool. They tell the stories, Oh, interesting. Okay. You know what? I think I have seen those maybe before. When erasable dice. Now there's something interesting. Yeah, Torn. Very famously, there was the final session of our Quest for the Frozen Flames. Episode 10 became episode 10 and episode 11, or like episode 10A and episode 10B, because we took a break. And then, I don't know, my VPN crashed, or, the Foundry, I couldn't connect to the Foundry Forge server anymore. And I was just like, sorry, I cannot come back. It will not let me on. And it was some problem with my, ISP and router or whatever like that. And it was just very frustrating because, I get it. I'm playing online with people. One of my players was in Seattle. So obviously I was going to have to play online. Otherwise he wouldn't be there. But it's so frustrating when that happens. Now, that's a whole separate issue, Eric, which I've talked about many times on this channel, which is quite separately to any of these technological issues. Is number one, I, as a person, outside of any TTRPG, I really rely on body language. And when I'm saying something and I'm trying to be entertaining or funny, as a GM or in that sort of storyteller role, I really need to be able to read your body language and see your body language. So even when people have their cameras on, it can be difficult. Second, a lot of people don't have their cameras on, and that's totally reasonable. And even when they do have their characters on, or their cameras on, right? You get right. I just take my turn or finish. Now it's it's JP's turn, or it's your turn, Eric. And then you're like, you're looking at my character. I'm a little guy on your screen, and I'm just like over here. Right, because I'm on Reddit, or I'm on Twitter, so it's very tough. So, sick. I want to look my friend dead in the eye when I change everything. That's the other thing too. I've talked about this. My in-person game on Fridays, it's been on Fridays for 20 years, is very inconsistent right now because one of my players is married and lives in Seattle and has in-laws that require some help, and himself has some of his own issue, some of his own health issues that he's taking care of. So he's, he rightfully so can't always make a session. And even when he can, it's sometimes difficult because of the technology variation. Then I have 3 other players who are, have kids. That's an unbelievable monkey wrench. Only 2 of the people who play in my group, me and my buddy George, are single and no kids. So, when one person can make it, 2 other people can't. And then when those 2 people can make it, the other person can't. And, we've tried to bounce around, but it just, it's tough, when people are missing sessions every once in a while and you're not playing every week, and it's easy to lose that momentum. Campaigns can quickly, wither on the vine when you do stuff like that. Yeah, London, we're going all the way till 2 here, 2 Eastern, so that it'll become 1 a.m. So we'll play until the end of daylight savings time. And once daylight saving times ends, then so will the stream. So we've got 4 more minutes of daylight savings time. My Forbidden Lands game just switched from mostly in person to always online. Not happy about it. Yeah, I feel you. I feel you, Shadram. Now, I will say one thing, though. This is the one thing I do think, I do appreciate this about online. Depends on how your game is structured. But I really do enjoy the ability for online groups to be able to kind of look at a map. Like, especially if you're doing some sort of overworld exploration, hex crawl, or whatever. I really do appreciate that, because when it's in person, it's sometimes a little bit difficult and not everybody can see it. But when when you can zoom in and look at different things, and I think that's very, very powerful. And when we played Forbidden Lands, all of us were in person except for Kaz, who was in Seattle. So instead of using the map that comes with Forbidden Lands, I went and bought not a big screen TV, but a fairly big TV monitor, big monitor. I bought a big monitor, and yes, I bought a big monitor just to do this. And then I put that at the end of the table, right? So I'm sitting at one end of the table, and then I've got, so I'm here, and then I've got a player, and then this is a TV, right? So if I'm looking straight at the TV, all my players can either look to the right and they look at me, or they can look to the left and they can look at the TV. Kaz is on a TV, like a monitor, so we can see his video feed. I have the map of the Forbidden Lands in Foundry on the Forge server. Kaz can log into that. He has his character there. He can roll his dice using that, and we can see it in the chat log, because on that screen is me logged into Foundry. Now, I have a laptop to control it off to my side, but I still have my GM screen. I still have all my dice. But then my players could see the same map that Kaz was looking at. So when Kaz would ping something on that virtual map, they would see it on this monitor, right, on this big screen monitor at the end of their table. And it was really nice, because then I could just zoom in and quickly spin around without having to eat up all the table real estate with, a gigantic big map. So that part was pretty useful. Question. Despite other formats of play being not to your preference, could you not take them for what they are and try not to put them in the same mental slot as in-person play? No. No. I mean, if I could do that, I would do that, but I haven't done that. And TTRPGs they are what they are to me. The implementation of Forbidden Lands and Foundry is chef's kiss. It's top notch. Yeah, that's a cool idea. I mean, that's good. That's good too, to have like a Discord for your campaign and just keep everything in one place there. I usually play online due to distance or health issues, but I did get to play in person last week, and it was boring as hell. It doesn't matter if it's virtual or person; it's always hit or miss. Well, at least you're honest. No, I wasn't trying to be flippant, London, but I've been doing this for a long time, and I'm kind of I like what I like. I'm not really interested in I'm trying to think of an example of this, like racquetball. Racquetball is a great example. I love racquetball a lot, but I don't want to play doubles. And so, like, when other people want to play with us, I kind of basically like, you can just play with them and I won't play. Because, like, I don't want to play racquetball doubles. I love racquetball. I love it. It's like my favorite sport, right? As an adult. But I want to play singles. I just want to play me versus an opponent. I don't want to play doubles, So I'd rather not play than play in a way that I don't like. Now, if the only way that I could play racquetball was to play doubles, then what do I do? So. Play by post, a special sort of magic people like to read and write. Yeah, that's totally reasonable. Yeah, Fight with Spirit, play by post, racquetball edition. There we go. All right. It's 1 a.m., so it's only a 3-hour stream. So So congratulations for those of us in the Eastern time zone. We have made it out of another daylight savings time cycle. God help us. So that's it. We're gonna wrap up. I know Sunhawk. So we're gonna be doing G.I. Joe, but originally I thought it was going to be tomorrow, but I'm thinking it won't be because I think I have this dinner with my mom, and I think it's going to be right in the middle of when we were going to do that. So probably not going to be doing G.I. Joe tomorrow. Probably going to do it next week. So next week will be actually pretty crazy. It'll be Tuesday. We're going to have Bob on. We're going to be talking about Blades in the Dark. Thursday, we're going to have Donnie on, and we're going to be talking about Earth Dawn. And then Sunday, we'll do G.I. Joe Renegade Essence 20. However, before Tuesday's stream will be Election Day. So I want to say I encourage everyone to go out and vote. Obviously, I have my political views. And I just simply would say that as Americans, it is our constitutional obligation to vote, to support and respect democracy, that above all else, that is the way that we should decide how and who and where things get done. So I would definitely urge everyone who can to support, to go out there and to vote. And I know that there's some it's going to be some craziness potentially, but just have faith in the process, and as long as you kind of trust and believe in democracy, then don't just remember that the moral arc of the universe is long, but it bends towards justice, right? I also already voted, Karama, but many people wait until Tuesday to do so, and that's fine. Voting on Election Day is fine. I don't know why Election Day isn't a national holiday. I mean, I do know why it's not a national holiday, but I don't know why it's not a national holiday. And so, yeah, either way, as an absentee American, I sent my ballot in 2 weeks ago. Awesome. Don't mess this up, America. The rest of the world's watching you. Yeah, surprise first look. Yeah, look at that. It came out of nowhere. I didn't even buy I bought it during the stream. That's how out of nowhere it came. That's great. It's great to see all these people here who have already voted, and that's great. Whether you voted in person early or you did absentee voting or mail-in ballot or whatever, it's just important to the more people that because here's the thing. I've voted for Republican candidates and Republican presidents. I voted for Democrat presidents and Democrat candidates in various ballot races. But the thing that irritates me is when, regardless of who wins, but it's 20% of the nation decided what is going to happen for the other 80%, right? Because the other 80% didn't vote or whatever, the other 70% didn't vote. And so it's I can accept, if 80 or 90% of people voted and this person won, then I go, well, that is truly the will of the people, and I can really get behind that. But when only a small number of people are voting, even if it goes, my way, the way that I'd like it to go, I'm this doesn't feel like it's truly representational. So for me, I always, I always love it when there's a big voter turnout, because then it makes it feel like, hey, listen, I may not agree or like where the vote went, but that is what the people truly wanted. And of course, the Electoral College throws kind of a little bit of a curveball on that, but again, it is the system as it is, and we do have to play we have to play by the rules. Don't hate the player, hate the game. All right. That is going to do it for me. So we'll see you Tuesday. Again, pretty sure we won't be on tomorrow because I have to pump that to next because of my mom's birthday dinner. And as a result, next time I see you, we'll be with Bob, and we'll be here hanging out. Hopefully no civil war will have broken out and we can hang out and talk about Blades in the Dark. All right, everybody. Well, that's going to do it for me. That's going to do it for Daylight Savings Time. So we'll catch you next time on Knights of Last Call. Peace.